Fox Sports.
We are Fox. We are Ohio.
Yes, it's our second bark in the park here at Great American Ballpark tonight. Those tickets sold out a long time ago. It's the opening game of this three-game series between the Pirates and the Reds. The Pirates fighting for their playoff lives here over the final 2.5 weeks of the season. And hi again, everybody, alongside Chris Welsh. I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds baseball. And both of these teams, quite frankly, Chris, are not playing very well right now. The Reds, of course, a beneficiary of going into play tonight. An 8.5 game lead, but they lost 2 of 3 over the weekend to Houston. The Pirates were swept 3 in a row by the Cubbies.
So really what you're saying is that these two teams are 1-5 against the two worst teams in baseball. I mean, that's really what happens if you want to take a short sample size like that. The Cubs really ought to be proud of themselves because that was the first time the Pirates have been swept at home all year long. And, of course, the Pirates are having a banner year. In the postgame remarks, Clint Hurdle was very frustrated about the way his ball club has played. And I got to figure that Dusty Baker feels the same way, although when he's got a big lead like he does, he's not going to call his guys out. He knows that there's a certain amount of fatigue going on, and he also knows that he'd like to start winning a little bit so that he gets into momentum and the habit of winning going right into the postseason.
Well, the guy who's going to try and right the ship, if you will, here tonight for the Reds has been plenty good, and this is his first season wearing a Reds uniform, and that's Matt Latos.
Well, you know, Matt Latos, when he takes the mound, he gives you such a great chance to win in so many of his games, something like 20 of 28 or maybe 18 of 28. He has allowed 2 runs or less. So you talk about giving your team a chance to win. Latos is the guy. And when he goes out there this year against the Pirates, he simply has been even more stingy than that. He doesn't give up anything against the Pirates. So you got to figure Latos knows that this is about enough is enough. He doesn't want to let the Pirates back in it. There was bad blood between these two teams last time they saw each other, and there may be a little bit tonight. You never know. Wandy Rodriguez has thrown the ball as well as he has all year long, and he has not given up a run in his last 2 starts. So a good matchup tonight. Lefty-righty power pitchers.
And Wandy Rodriguez, this is a guy the Reds, for whatever reason, have had a lot of success against this year and over the last couple of years. Although the last time out against him, he was very good.
Well, you know, it's all about being able to execute the pitches if you're Wandy Rodriguez, because quite frankly, there are no secrets left between the Reds and Rodriguez. They face each other so many times, so you know what's coming, but it's a matter of being able to make the swing or make the pitch, and the guy that does the best job executing tonight ends up on top.
All right, when we come back, we're going to talk about the great star of the Pirates, Andrew McCutchen, and the number the Reds have done on this young man so far this year. That and more coming up next. You're watching Reds Baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. Weather spectacular. Our weather report is brought to you by Thompson Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Drain Cleaning. Here's John Gum.
All right, the weather in Cincinnati any time of the year does not get any better than what's going to be tonight. Pirates in town for a big series. 7:10 first pitch, right around 73. Clear into the upper 60s by the final out. Enjoy the game right here at Fox Sports Ohio.
Andrew McCutchen has been right in the middle of it all for this Pirate team this year, but the Reds have done a whale of a job keeping him very quiet.
Well, you know, he's talking about MVP possibly this year, McCutchen is, but the Reds have had a very simple formula with Andrew McCutchen. That's throw the ball down and away, down and away, down and away. McCutchen wants to beat the Reds so badly, sometimes he gets out of his normal patient self and he goes out and swings at bad pitches. Now, against everybody else in the league, you see what he's done. He's torn everybody up. A .420 batting average against the Astros, all the way down to over 300 against the Cardinals. But against the Reds, kind of like that number way down there at the bottom. A .216 batting average against a guy like McCutchen. You would say the Reds pitchers are doing exactly what the scatter report says.
By game 1 of 3, and make no mistake about it, the Reds are facing a Pirates team hungry. They are fighting for their playoff lives. First pitch coming up then. Baseball on Fox Sports Ohio, brought to you by the 2012 Ford F-150 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. By the Regional Tourism Network, let us be your travel guide to Cincinnati, USA. Visit CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline Chili. Game time is Skyline time. Stop by your favorite Skyline Chili tonight. A very small crowd rolling into Great American Ballpark here tonight. First of 3, the Reds have won just 2 of their front 6 on this 9-game homestand. And the opposition tonight provided by Clint Hurdle's Pittsburgh Pirates. Hurdle has done an outstanding job in this his second year as a Bucs skipper. They're 2.5 back in the wild card behind the Cardinals. Brock Holt at second, Alex Presley in left, and McCutchen in center. Garrett Jones, a cleanup hitter at first. Pedro Alvarez down at third. Jose Tabata is in right field. Clint Barbas, a shortstop. Rod Barajas catching. And Wandy Rodriguez on the mound. And starting it for the Reds, looking for his 13th win and what would be 17 decisions. is Matt Latos.
Well, he's a guy that has only lost 4 games this year, and really that win-loss record shows you how good he's been, but he's actually been better than that and much more consistent than that. In 18 of his 28 starts, Matt Latos has given up 2 runs or less. I mean, that really gives you a chance to stay in a ball game. I mean, the Reds went out and they got Latos because they wanted a top-of-the-rotation pitcher, and ever since the month of April stopped and the rest of the season began, Matt Latos has been there nearly every start.
So we are about set to go here at Great American Ballpark. Reds beginning play 8.5 better than the Cardinals, who are playing much later tonight. They will be playing a 3-game series, first of 3 tonight out at Petco Park in San Diego. Brock Holt, brought up when the rosters expanded on September the 1st, made his major league debut that day. He looks at ball 1, and we are underway. Holt began the year in Double-A, played 102 games there, hit .322. And then in almost a month at Triple-A, hit over .430. And he's been a nice shot in the arm offensively for this Pirate team. Now beginning their 2nd week with him in the lineup. 1-1 on Holt. Popped up, short left field. Who wants it? Ludwig was playing that way. And comes in to make the catch. 1 out. We look at the Reds on defense, presented by your Ford dealers. Ludwig, Heisey, Bruce. Left, center, and right. Valdez again for the injured Cozart at shortstop. Frazier over at third. Phillips and Joey on the right side. Latos and Deoner Navarro make up the Reds' battery. Alex Presley getting the nod in left field tonight at .233, 8 home runs and 19 runs batted in. Fastball in the outside corner, a called strike.
You're going to see a lot of fastballs for Matt Latos the first time through the lineup. After that, all bets are off. He'll throw the curveball, he'll throw the slider, he'll throw an occasional changeup, the left-handers. But for the most part, not all of them. I mean, there's a curveball right there. But for the most part, he likes to get through this first time, establishing his fastball, much in a way a football team wants to establish a running game and then go to the air later on.
Boy, breaking out a little pigskin reference right from the get-go here tonight.
Now that you've got one under your belt, you're probably in the groove.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know if I'm ever in a groove, but we were there anyway. That's a rocket right by Frazier down the left field line. Ludwig had him shaded that way, and he will hold Presley to a 1-out single.
Well, that's a good bit of hitting right here by Alex Presley. I mean, the pitch is up and away, and he just slaps the ball. And because the ball is a high fastball, he hits it very sharply just by getting it on the barrel. Good play by Ludwig to hold him to a single because Presley has some good speed.
So 1 on and 1 out, and here comes Andrew McCutchen, and what a year he is having. Maybe not against the Reds, batting in the low 200s as we talked about a short while ago, but overall a whopping .341 batting. 25 home runs, 84 runs batted in. Now the power numbers have, I mean, they have fallen off dramatically over the last 2 months for McCutchen, but overall he's right in the middle of that most valuable player conversation among National League players. 2-0 on McCutchen.
Now that's a spot obviously that you want to go get McCutchen. You take some of his power away. He's got plenty of power really to all fields, but mainly to the gaps from right center field to left center field. If you hit that low and away spot, he's got to go with that pitch to hit it hard, and sometimes we'll pull off that pitch.
2-0 to McCutchen, and now 3 balls and no strikes. Phil Cuzzy calls the balls and strikes tonight. The crew chief Jerry Davis down at first. Manny Gonzalez the umpire at second, and Greg Gibson at third.
That's what you were talking about, Tom. The home run output for McCutchen really just dipping each month after July.
Green lighted on a 3-0 pitch, and he comes up empty. And there's ball 4. So after retiring the first batter of the night, it's been a single and a walk, and they're 2 on for Garrett Jones. Well, we talked about it a little while ago. I mean, you can't do any better really than Latos has done against these Pirates this season. 13 and a third innings, has allowed 6 hits, not a single run, has struck out 16 batters and walked 6. In fact, the bullpen did not allow a run in either one of those starts behind Latos. The Reds shutting the Pirates out both of his starts.
Garrett Jones, just like Andrew McCutchen, another guy having a career year. He's had more home runs this year than in any other season. Higher batting average except for one other season.
There should be out number 2. A fly ball will push Ludwig back short of the track. Farmers Insurance Group report card on Latos. Not only good against the Pirates in 2 games this year, he's made 5 starts against him in an ERA of under 2 with nary a loss. But one more tough out to get. Pedro Alvarez got off to a terrible start. Has had a big time second half of the season. Batting average still a little low, but climbed a huge mountain from where it was to go along with 23 home runs and 75 runs batted in. First pitch breaking ball, a strike.
Now his biggest month of the year was August, and he's dropped off batting average wise in September, and of course it's still early in September. But this is the swoon that the Pirates have had lately that they're trying to right.
Another breaking ball and another strike.
Yeah, if you haven't guessed, he's a good fastball hitter. Man, that is some kind of good overhand curveball right there. I mean, when you're 6'6" and you throw from the arm angle that Latos does, which is straight over the top, you're going to get a lot of downward rotation.
So now Latos a strike away and out away from pitching around. A 1-out single followed by a walk. 0-2 on Alvarez. A glance back, and here it comes. Got him swinging on 3 in a row. Navarro, good firm throw, and that'll take care of that. So a hit, the Pirates lead 2, and the Reds are coming up against Wandy Rodriguez. And Dusty's starting lineup tonight reads as follows. It'll be Brandon Phillips, Chris Heisey, Joey Votto. Ryan Ludwig, the cleanup hitter, followed by the red-hot Jay Bruce and right, and Todd Frazier down at third. With a ladder third of Deanna Navarro, Wilson Valdez starting at short, and Latos on the mound. Reds have seen plenty of Wandy Rodriguez, primarily, of course, as a Houston Astro and now a Pittsburgh Pirate.
Well, he was traded this year right before the trading deadline from those Astros to the Pirates, and boy, his first few starts with them were terrible. I mean, his first 4 starts, he was 0-4 or 0-3, and they were wondering what the heck they got with Wandy Rodriguez. But lately, he has been nothing short of sensational. He's not given up a run in his last 13 innings. Lifetime against the Reds, under 500, but he's pitched some very good baseball against this Reds team. Usually good for 6 innings, 3 runs or so. That's a Wandy Rodriguez average starts.
Rodriguez's last 2 starts, in fact, against the Reds have been very, very good. As an Astro on the 23rd of July, 6 innings, allowed 3 runs. Then the Reds saw him 2 starts later donning a Pirate uniform. And you see his career numbers against Cincinnati. Still 0-2 to Phillips. He came back that next time here at Great American Ballpark. He gave up 3 runs in 7 innings, did not walk a single batter. But the Pirates didn't score. Reds shut him out 3-0.
The one thing you will notice about Wandy Rodriguez, he's had what scouts call a fast arm, and he'll throw an 89 and 90 mile an hour fastball right by you all game long. A lot of guys try to do that same thing, and they'll tee off on it, but the ball gets on you very quickly. He is evidently deceptive to the hitter, and he gets away with that high fastball a lot more than other pitchers do.
2-hopper right at Barmes, and Phillips thrown out. To begin the Reds' first inning, the Pirates on defense look this way, brought to you by your Ford dealers. Presley and Tabata flanking McCutchen. Alvarez, Barmes, Holt, and Jones third to first, and Rod Barajas hangs aside. Limited schedule tonight in both leagues. Only 3 games over in the American League. A big series begins tonight out in Anaheim between the A's and the Angels. All of a sudden, the Angels have caught fire to get back in the wild card race. They are 2.5 behind Oakland in it, winners of 6 in a row. And the Tigers and the White Sox separated by 2 games. Chicago leading the Central. White Sox can't beat Detroit in Detroit, but tonight they play at U.S. Cellular Field. Three balls and no strikes on Chris Heisey at 289, 6 home runs and 30 runs batted in. Now, one of the things, Chris, you got to wonder about, Drew Stubbs continues his prolonged slump. Had 3 strikeouts the other day, 2 of them looking in the game. Heisey getting more and more playing time. I guess we'll just wait and see how all this plays out once we get into the month of October. That'll hang in the air long enough for McCutchen to grab it. 2 are out.
Well, one of 2 things will happen. Number one, it'll light a fire under Drew Stubbs, and he'll get his act back together and recapture that position if he gets some playing time and a chance to do so, or he will continue to slump, and Chris Heisey will get the nod come postseason. But I think right now it's all up to how each of those guys plays. I can tell you one thing about Chris Heisey, we've said this for years. This kid's got an edge about him. He believes that he should have been a first-round draft pick and not a 15th round draft pick. And he's out to show everybody in baseball every time he takes the field that they ought to believe that too.
So now Joey Votto, he looks at a strike. Votto checks in at 344, 14 home runs and 49 runs batted in. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Votto. And he just waves at it, defensively swinging, and finds a way to hang around, fouling it off. Two to Votto. Off the outside corner. Rodriguez thought that was strike 3. He couldn't believe it.
Well, I think for Rodriguez, what's more important than that pitch not being called strike 3 is that the implications of that not being a strike the rest of the night.
Swung on and fouled out of play. Big happy birthday, by the way, today for Joey Votto. Born September the 10th, 1983 in Toronto, Canada. 29 years young today is Joey Votto. Fly ball into left center field. Room out there for Presley, and it's a 1-2-3 opening frame for Wandy Rodriguez. No score at the end of 1. Brought to you by Elk & Elk, serious lawyers for serious injuries. Call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Jay Bruce earlier today named the National League's Co-Player of the Week along with Marlin pitcher Ricky Nolasco. In 6 games last week, Bruce led all major leaguers with a .500 batting average, .542 on base percentage, 27 total bases. That's getting it done there, Mr. Wells.
You're not kidding about that. He's as hot as any hitter on the planet right now, especially when it comes to hitting the home run ball.
Saw the 4 home runs by Bruce. He had the 3rd most hits and RBIs, 9 of those. He virtually has been the entire Reds offense over the last week. During the Philadelphia series, in fact, he knocked in every run they scored in the series. losing 2 out of 3. That's a nice play right there by Latos. Knocks it down, finds it, throws out Jose Tabata to begin the 2nd inning.
Latos is a pretty athletic guy, despite being a very tall pitcher. Normally you don't see those guys field their positions very well. The idea is just get your glove down. The lower the better. And he's able just to snag that ball, knock it down, and get an out of what would have been a base hit had that ball gotten by him.
So now Barmes, a .220 batter, 6 home runs, 41 runs batted in, behind a strike. 3 straight night games to wrap up this 9-game homestand, and the Reds head to Miami over the weekend. They'll go to Chicago at the beginning of next week. And then a week from Friday night, they will begin their final homestand of the season. Fly ball, short center, and Brandon Phillips with a diving play to take away a hit. My, oh my, seemingly every night, the Reds' Gold Glove winning second baseman turns in a dandy.
I don't know if there's another player in baseball, infield or outfield, that has as much range as does Brandon Phillips. I mean, that ball came off the bat and it looked like a sure base hit for Clint Barmes. And headlong he goes, makes the catch, diving for it, sprawls afterwards. You know, it's not always how many you knock in, sometimes it's how many you take away.
And Phillips, one of those rare guys that can do them both. Knock them in and take them away. What a play. Check swing and a miss by Barajas, and Latos ahead of him at 0 balls and 2 strikes. Another guy you don't want to give a lot of fastballs to, especially on the inner part of the plate. Very low batting average. But he can run into one and hit him as far as anybody around if you miss your spot.
Well, you're right, Tom, and the key to seeing that as a scout or a pitcher or a catcher is to just simply watch his front foot. He starts wide open. You just watch his front foot right here, and that really never does close up. So he's waiting on something on the inner part of the plate just to drop that bat head and let it rip. See, it's still even a little bit open as that pitch is coming. So he's got really no authority to hit the ball well on the outer part of the plate. But, man, you leave it low and inside, he'll be ready to wail.
Took care of him with a breaking ball away from him. 1-2-3 go the Pirates, thanks in large part to the amazing Brandon Phillips. Special. It's Thursday, September the 27th. Take a break from work. Cheer on the Reds. They'll take on the Brewers. That's the final home game of the regular season. If you buy a $15 view level ticket, you get $10 in concession credit for tickets to see the Reds and the Brewers. Final home game of the year, Thursday, September the 27th. Call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com. Take a look at that young man. Couple lines in the river. Kicking back, taking a little late afternoon, early evening snooze in the sunshine. Doesn't get any better than that, does it, Chris?
He's missing a good ball game and a bark in the park night over here at GABP. Maybe just the chance, however remote it might be, of landing a big one out of the river. Just too much to resist.
At this time of year, you really appreciate this weather and the kind of lengthy days we're still having. Doesn't get a whole lot better than kicking back over in the Commonwealth, right along the banks of the Ohio. A lot of people know, maybe a lot of people don't know, as Ryan Ludwig looks at strike two, 1 and 2. You are quite the avid fisherman yourself, Mr. Welsh.
Haven't fished the river very much, but back in the days when the Reds would spring train down in Sarasota, yes, and I fished my share of farm ponds and golf course ponds. When I run out of golf balls, I always have a fishing pole in the bag.
Great idea.
Your dad's not too keen on that, but
well, until recently, recently he's been out and been learning how to, tie some of the knots, working on some of the knowledge.
Well, I think he'll take some of the expertise he's had in the hiking that he's done during our days off and maybe hike up to some fly fishing areas.
Well, I've been trying to talk him into just sneaking down, jumping in the car and going down there right outside of Knoxville. Right along the start and the edge of the Blue Ridge Mountains. You can do a little fly fishing down there. That went a one-hopper right at Barmas. And Ludwig thrown out. 4 in a row set down by Wandy Rodriguez. I got a feeling we might see Marty down there come the fall after hopefully the Reds are hoisting the World Series trophy.
Dropping those flies right in the French Broad River. I can see him now. Backpack.
Been doing a lot of hiking lately, more and more. At 70, well, really about 68 years old is when he started realizing that getting out and enjoying the fresh air and the great outdoors.
Well, I particularly like the Swiss Alpine knickers and long socks that he wears when he goes out to make sure that he doesn't scuff up those legs.
Right.
Get any mosquito bites or scratch him up a little bit.
Good look.
Yeah. Next thing you know, he'll be yodeling.
Away and 2 to Jay Bruce, breaking ball away. And there's strike 3. It's the first strikeout of the night for Wandy Rodriguez.
Now, we told you at the very onset that Rodriguez has been really good lately. Last couple of starts, he's won them both. He's pitched 13 plus innings and is not allowed a run. And he's been very good for the Pirates down the stretch, although they've had a hard time putting wins on the board. They've lost 20 of their last 29 ball games, having recently just over the weekend been swept by the Cubs. And they're 0-6, the Pirates are, in the first game of the series in their last 6 series.
First pitch swinging popped up by Frazier, so his struggles continue, and the Reds are gone in order for a second straight inning. McCoy says the Reds need to stop worrying about the postseason and refocus on the rest of this regular season. And make sure you stay connected during each Reds game with the ultimate second screen experience. We call it Game Connect, only on FoxSportsOhio.com. So nice to have you with us on this Monday night from Great American Ballpark. Reds and the Pirates in the first of 3 and no score as we begin inning number 3. Pitcher against pitcher to start it. Wandy Rodriguez, 1 hit in 50 at bats. If I'm not mistaken, his 1 hit came against the Reds this year.
I believe it did.
Two and one on Wandy Rodriguez. It gives you an idea of some of the numbers Chris was just ripping off a moment ago. The Pirates having won just 9 times in their last 29 games. As Rodriguez dumps one into left field, a base hit. How about that? 2 hits in 51 at bats, and both of them right here in this ballpark.
What was that the old left-hander used to say? Anybody with a bat up there is dangerous. Just goes to show you. That's a hard 0-20 batting average he's sporting.
Well, getting back to the Pirates for a minute, it really gives you an idea about how poorly the other teams that they are chasing for the National League wild card have played while they have been struggling. Now, you lose 20 out of 29 games and you're still only 2.5 back in the wild card. Cardinals have had their problems. The Dodgers have really been scuffling. Lost 2 of 3 in a big series over the weekend against the Giants. Dodgers are off tonight, and they will start a series tomorrow in Arizona. Double play ball if it's handled cleanly all the way, and that it is. Let's take a look at that National League wild card. The Subway Sub Prize on the line in the National League. At 5.5 games better than St. Louis, but you see the Dodgers a 1.5 games behind the Cardinals for that second wild card, and those Pirates 2.5 back and trying to charge late, both Milwaukee and Philadelphia. That was a big loss yesterday for Milwaukee. If they could have found a way to finish off that 3-game weekend sweep over the Cardinals, that's a 2-game swing. They'd be 4 back. So now Presley down a strike. And a count even at 1-1. He's singled by a diving Todd Frazier up the left field line his first time up. Two and one on Alex Presley. And he fouls it away. Count goes to 2-2. Of course, the Pirates slide began a full 2 months earlier last season. I mean, they were the talk of all of Major League Baseball. And many people felt like they would begin to tumble back in mid-June, late June, early July this year. And while they have struggled over the last month, they're still very much in it. The check swing, they appeal down to third, and nothing doing, says Greg Gibson. So it's 3-2 on Presley. But the question is, Chris, do you believe this Pirate team has a final big 2.5 week push in them to get that second wild card.
Well, they're still right in the thick of things, and they have a relatively easy schedule, I believe, here on out. The Pirates do. But they've got to be able to take care of the teams they should, and that would have included the Chicago Cubs over the weekend. Pirates, after leaving Cincinnati, they'll go to Chicago and play the Cubs 4 games right there. Then they'll go home, host the Brewers for 3, go to Houston for 3. Then they've got a 4-game series in New York, hosting the Reds, and then they host the Atlanta Braves. And that's the end of the schedule for Clint Hurdle. I think from where they've been this year, I think a lot of people look at the Pirates and say, hey, you know, if you can just break the streak of 19 losing seasons in a row, you got to consider a success. But if you're Clint Hurdle, you're not thinking that. You're too close to the playoffs to give up now.
Third strikeout of the game for Leto. Still no score after 2.5. Center field during our game tonight. Betty B.J. Walters from Williamstown, Kentucky will win the beautiful new Tundra here at the ballpark, and you can register for your chance to win in an upcoming game. Just stop by your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. Scoreless game, last of the 3rd inning. Pirates have 2 hits. The Reds still in search of a first base runner against Wandy Rodriguez. And a strike 1. Deoner Navarro, batting right-handed, will be followed by Wilson Valdez and then Matt Latos. Broken bat roller to the right side and a quick feed from Jones to the covering Rodriguez. And a very quiet start so far for the Reds against this Pirate left-hander.
Now the Reds have been kind of like the Pirates in as much as they've had a hard time scoring runs lately. In 6 of the 8 games that Dusty Baker's team has played here in the month of September, they've been limited to 3 runs or less. That averages to a 2.6 runs per game offensive output. And no matter how well you pitch, it's tough to put wins on the board when you do that.
Well, Valdez continuing to get playing time for the injured Zach Kozar. Now one shot down the first baseline, foul and out of play. Kozar has missed now. Well, if he doesn't play, it would be 6 games with a strained left oblique. Those are leading all National League rookies in hits and total bases along with extra base hits. But they are obviously hoping that he can get well quickly and to really begin to put this entire roster and lineup together where they thought it would be upon Joey Votto's return. But since Votto has come back, Cozart and Scott Rowland have missed significant playing time, both due to injury throughout the inning.
You know, that oblique injury that you essentially pull a rib muscle, and oftentimes if it's in the back rather than towards the front, it's more serious. And you know, an oblique injury is what sidelined Drew Subs for 20 games. And you know, those things, depending on how severe they are, can take a long time to heal. And I've said it before. I mean, I've had them before as a pitcher. A lot of pitchers get them usually on the opposite side of where they throw because they kind of torque their core. And you know, every time you cough, sneeze, turn to pick something up, you can re-injure it almost down back to scratch.
Well, Scott Rowland working out before the ball game today. He has missed the last 4 games, again being bothered with a bad back. But out there running around a little bit. Took batting practice. And I'm sure they'll wait and see how he feels, you know, when he gets up tomorrow and how he's doing during the course of the day to find out whether or not he's well enough to get back in the lineup. Bowen has swung the bat so well since the All-Star break after coming back with a shoulder injury, and there's strike 3 to Latos. So the first 9 in a row set down by Wandy Rodriguez. We move to the 4th of a scoreless game. Favorites at Great American Ballpark. Penn Station East Coast subs. Couple of locations near sections 130 and 414. Their signature sub, their authentic fresh cut fries. Why not stop by Penn Station East Coast subs? Come on down to the ballpark, 381 Reds, or visit Reds.com for tickets. Home games tomorrow night, Wednesday night. A 3-game weekend series against the Dodgers. And again, a reminder, when you look at that Dodgers series, still a Friday night game. Saturday's game has been changed to a 4:05 in the afternoon start. And the Sunday game is now a night game at 8:05. And the Reds will play on Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday afternoon, September the 27th. So after tonight, only 8 more home games remain in this 2012 championship season. Three, 4, and 5 in the Pirate batting order against Matt Latos. No score, inning number 4. McCutchen walked his first time up. Strike one. That ball is clobbered into left field, and the Pirates have a 1-0 lead.
Now, we talked about Andrew McCutchen and how the Reds have kept him down all year long. Even though he's putting up MVP-type numbers, he's not hit the Reds but to an average of about 215. They've been trying pitch after pitch to pitch him down and away. We'll take a Mazda pitch-by-pitch look at this at-bat by Andrew McCutchen against Matt Latos. Look where Hannigan is on the Deanna Navarro is on the first pitch, down and away. That's where you want that slider. Want to go right back there. No, they want it inside. I don't know why. But he throws it inner third, and McCutchen says, you know what? I like it a whole lot better in there than I do out there. Bye-bye baseball. You know, I first saw that in real time. I didn't realize that Navarro had set up inside. And, you know, again, it's okay to go inside, but if you're going to miss your pitch, miss off the plate. Not over the middle of the dish.
That one popped up in foul ground, third base side. It's Todd Frazier, and that takes care of Garrett Jones for the second time tonight. But the Pirates get on the board first. A leadoff home run here in the fourth by McCutchen. And look at that location. Pow.
Boy, he's got a quick bat. I mean, if you're going to come in there, it shouldn't be for a strike. It should be just off the plate or way off the plate, depending on whether you hit your spot or miss your spot.
Latos struck out Pedro Alvarez, ending the first inning with the Pirates stranding 2. First run that Latos has given up in now 3 starts against this Pirate team this season. First outing against him back in the first week of May. 6 innings, 2 hits, struck out 11. And then on the 3rd of August, 7 1/3, 4 hits and no runs. But McCutchen gets him with a leadoff home run in the 4th inning here tonight. And now the 1-2 on Alvarez. Breaking ball down and in. Two balls and 2 strikes. Barely got a piece of it. Tabata waiting in the on-deck circle. 1 out, 1 in, 2-2 again. And nothing but breaking ball after breaking ball to Pedro Alvarez. One too many breaking balls, and this one out of the strike zone, and that's a walk with 1 out to Alvarez. Second walk of the game issued by Matt. So here comes Tabata. He hit the ball very hard, back up through the middle, and Latos, you may remember, knocked it down with his glove, then found it and picked it up in time to throw him out. His first at bat that came in the 2nd inning. Carpenter began the year, you may remember, with a major league club. I mean, they were really counting on him to be a big part of their club going into this season. But it was so bad they sent him out and did not bring him back until the 3rd week of August.
Yeah, that was really an odd move to make for a guy that was with the ball club each of the last 2 years, nearly an everyday player back in 2010, about an every other day player last year.
Carpenter is still very young. He just turned 24 years old, a native Venezuelan. Well, when he came up a couple of years ago, they thought they had something in 2010. Check swing and a miss, a ball and a strike. He hit .299 in 102 games that year, had 21 doubles, knocked in 35 runs. But then pretty quiet last season, spent some time in the minor leagues, and then this year has been pretty much a lost year. We'll see if this young man's still young enough to be heard from in the coming years. Well, Leto's spending a lot of time paying attention to Alvarez, who has all of 1 stolen base attempt this entire year.
Well, he had 1 last year, too. I don't think there's any chance at all that he's going in this at bat, but what you would like to do is keep him close enough. If you can shorten him up 1 step, may keep him from scoring on a double, may make it easier for a double play ball if you can get a ground ball. But Matt, I think, thought that one was a strike and was wondering where it was from Phil Cuzzy.
So 2-2 on top of it. Latos a glance over his left shoulder and now to the plate, and that ball is hit hard in a deep left center field. Heisey will play it off a bounce, and Reds caught a temporary break as it bounces up and over the wall. So the Pirates got a home run by McCutchen to begin the inning, a 1-out walk to Alvarez, and now a double by Tabata.
Now they got that ball up. He got it on the inner part of the plate too. One of those breaking balls that just kind of rolls up there. A slider that he gets up in the zone, and Tabata hits it and one hops it into the berm over the center field fence.
Now Barmes, who popped up in the shallow center on that dazzling play made by Brandon Phillips back in the second inning, has runners at second and third, and only 1 out. Pirates looking to add to a 1-0 lead against Latos here in the fourth.
A little bit of frustration now in the body language of the Reds pitcher. You see him, I don't know whether he's angry at himself or he thinks that maybe a couple of the close calls went the other way. We saw this in his last ball game in an inning where he was picked off third base as a runner. The next inning he went out, got squeezed a couple of times, and that inning could have blown wide open. He kept it intact and ended up being a winner in that ball game.
Barmes would chase a high fastball there, and he came up empty. 2-1.
I mean, he's got two hitters coming up here with runners to second and third that he can pitch to and get out. Barmes, a 219 hitter. Then you've got Rod Barajas on deck. Unless you make a mistake to Barajas, you ought to be able to get him out. Low 200s hitter.
Well, trying to keep it at just a 1-0 ball game. And a breaking ball sinks down low.
Well, the Reds are willing to give up the run, especially if the ball is not hit directly and very sharply at an infielder. Playing the infield, medium back. If it's hit right at the third baseman, they probably wouldn't come home. Everybody else probably get an easy out at first.
Good 3-1 pitch right there on the outside corner. Barmes wasn't sure, but Phil Cuzzy says strike 2. Now Lato's trying to put away Barmes on strikes. And he just missed. That'll load him up.
Well, that's a tough pitch for Clem Barmes to hang off right there, because the very previous pitch was right in the same spot. And how good are you to know that that last pitch, which really by our Fox tracks looks a couple of inches outside, still called for a strike, but the next one maybe an inch farther away would be called a ball.
Well, now Barajas. Lato struck him out, ending the second inning. Pirates have the bases loaded. Alvarez, Tabata, and Barmes with 1 out. And a breaking ball that Barajas lays off of. Ball 1. Inning began with a home run by McCutchen. 1 out later, a walk to Alvarez, a ground rule double by Tabata, a walk to Barmes. Pitch number 25 in the inning coming up for Latos. 1-0. And there's a strike, a fastball on the outside edge.
And there's no way that Barajas is going to put good wood on that pitch in that spot. They're going to continue to pepper that outside strike zone as long as they can until he makes an adjustment. He's been around since 1999. It's been kind of the same guy every year.
1 ball, 1 strike on Barajas, and Latos to the plate. Challenged him with a fastball, and Barajas fouls it back. So now 1 strike away from taking care of Barajas and facing the chance of the pitcher coming up with 2 outs in the inning. Latos needs to make a pitch. Off the end of the bat, somehow, some way, Barajas was able to make contact there.
Yeah, the only way he got to that ball is the ball was left up. It was about waist high by the time it got to the plate. If that ball's down around the knees, Barajas swings right over the top of it. Might not be a bad idea to come right back with the same one.
Latos okays his sign. Bases loaded. 1 out. 1-2 again to Barajas. And it's popped up. Tough spot here. Votto cannot get it. That is a fair ball. And a run scores on the bleeder down the right field line by Barajas to make it a 2-0 game. That's just bad luck for Matt Latos.
Well, bad luck for Latos. Good luck that it didn't happen with 2 outs, because every runner had to hold up to make sure that this ball was going to fall or at least go off the glove of Votto, as opposed to going ahead and being a track meet as the ball's in the air. So Brian Price sensing that might be something going on here with Matt Latos as far as the frustration level, going out there to make sure he settled down. I will tell you this, that Clint Hurdle likes the suicide squeeze. He likes kind of funky plays like that. And I'm not sure how much funkier it could get than with the bases loaded. And a guy with the batting average up there that Wandy Rodriguez has came into this ball game 0-20, only one hit all year long. But he does handle the bat fairly well as far as bunts go. Think they'll put something on here?
Well, you're right about Hurdle. He'd be the guy to try it. Start off Rodriguez with a breaking ball away. Well,
first pitch changeup.
Maybe he was thinking the same thing you were thinking. I mean, if you're going to do it, now would be the pitch to do it. Because you got to believe Latos is coming in there with a fastball here to get a strike, which he does, and they let Rodriguez swing and miss.
For my money, it's a lot easier to bunt a changeup, at least a Matt Latos changeup, than a Matt Latos fastball. Of course, Clint Hurdle may think it's not easy either way for Wandy Rodriguez.
1 ball and 1 strike on Rodriguez. No sign of a bunt, and there's strike 2 called. A fastball at 94 on the outside corner. Now the 1-2 pitch on the ground, and Frazier can't make the play. He'll get the out at first base, but boy, that had double play written all over him. So the run scores on the fielder's choice ground ball by Wandy Rodriguez. And it is a 3-0 Pirates lead.
Well, he hits the ball hard both times to the left field, and that ball just stays down, and Todd Frazier doesn't go down to get it. But he stays after it, recovers it, good scoop at the other end, and the Reds get something out of nothing right there.
So a home run to begin the inning. 1 out later, a walk, then a double, another walk to load him up. A bloop single by Barajas makes it 2-0, and now a ground out by the pitcher makes it 3-0 Bucks. Latos works out of the regular windup. 8th man to bat in the inning is Brock Holt. Strike 1. Well, we talked about the Reds going into this game with an 8.5 game lead in their division. Certainly nothing is wrapped up, nothing is sewn up. But make no mistake about it, we talked about it before the first pitch was ever thrown in this game. Each and every game right now for this Pirates team is like a playoff game. I mean, they are coming in here realizing 2.5 back that every game is of the utmost importance. They've taken a 3-0 lead with all 3 runs here in the 4th against Matt Latos. Now the 1-1 pitch. 2-1. Latos trying to keep it right here to 3-run ball game. 2 outs, 2 on. And that's too high. 3-1 to count.
A long and stressful inning for Dusty Baker, but even more so for Matt Latos. This is pitch number 37 coming up here in the 4th inning for Latos.
And this should end the inning. And will, but not before the Pirates get 3 on 3 hits and a couple of walks. It started with a home run by Andrew McCutchen. Brought to you by JTM Food Group, creating great dishes together with a food service industry for over 30 years. By your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers for over 30 Toyota offers. Available right now. Visit buyatoyota.com, including mobile. And by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. Second bark in the park. And both times we've had them, the tickets have sold out the day they went on sale. We have all kinds of giveaways and prizes. They have all kinds of contests out on the plaza level. Best costume, I'm sure that one right there was part of that competition tonight. And then the one that's my favorite, Chris, is the one that looks most like its owner. That's the best.
Have you ever won that one?
No, I haven't brought mine down here. And I don't think that would happen in my case.
But it is remarkable.
It's hard to find a dog with gray hair. I had a black dog, Bear, for 17 years. Had her for 15 years. Lived to be 17. And she's, black, but a lot of gray around the face in later years. But I don't have much of the dark stuff left anymore.
But it is remarkable how the winners, or at least the finalists, really do resemble the owner. I mean, it's
amazing.
It's funny.
There's a fly ball down the right field line, and in fair territory, catches made by Tabata. That's 10 straight Reds retired tonight. Chris, this has been going on quite a bit here. Whether it be a left-hander, whether it be a right-hander, and you don't know if maybe this 8.5 game lead, it's been 9.5 games, if maybe the Reds are a little too comfortable right now. Is it just a collective team slump? Is it a little bit of everything going on right now? Because offensively, outside of Jay Bruce, I mean, hits and runs have been hard to come by.
Well, you're right. And if you look up and down at the pitchers that the Reds have faced. Now, they did face the pitchers with the Philadelphia Phillies, including Roy Halladay, but they didn't go right through the middle of their order.
No.
When they hosted the Phillies here, they missed Cliff Lee, they missed Cole Hamels. They got Kyle Kendrick. They got a young man named Tyler Cloyd. But it seems like young right-handers, starters, have really held the Reds in check. Guys like Lucas Harrell, Bud Norris, guys who you haven't heard much about yet. You might. Some of those pitchers, they look pretty good, but you just had hoped that maybe getting Joey Votto back in the lineup would give this team a little bit more balance offensively and they'd be able to score more runs. Has not happened yet. I think what's got to be somewhat disturbing to Dusty Baker is that not only are they not hitting, but he's not able to put the lineup out there right now that he expects to see at the end of the month with everybody healthy. You've had Scott Rowland out. That one's well hit.
That one's well hit indeed to left center field, and Heisey plays long ball to get him on the board.
He hit the ball very hard his first time up on a 3-1 fastball. Hit a line drive right at the center fielder. This time, the center fielder's not going to catch it unless he's got a ticket. A Performance Honda slow-mo look at that home run swing by Chris Heisey. And a 3-1 ball game. Well, he can hit a fastball now.
Yes, he can.
And he showed that last year when he came off the bench and so many times turned around on a fastball and knocked it on out of here. This year the power numbers are down for Heisey, but I think he's feeling a little bit better about himself every time he takes the field.
Votto bounces out, 2 away in the inning. So the lone base runner of the game so far for the Reds touches them all. And here comes Ryan Ludwig. He grounded out to the shortstop Barmes to lead off the Reds' second inning. Pirates 3, Reds 1. All the runs coming, I should say, in this 4th inning for both teams. And Ludwig way out in front there of a 2-0 pitch, pulling the string on him, and it's fouled out of play. And now to 2-1. Misses inside. Jay Bruce would be next. Jay hoping for a shot to bat here in the bottom of the 4th inning with a man aboard and step up there representing the tying run in this ball game. And he's going to get that chance after the 2-out walk to Ryan Ludwig. First walk of the night by Wandy Rodriguez. Jay this season already with a single season career high with 11 home runs against left-handed pitching so far this year. Now the batting average not much to write home about. It's down around 225. Jay got a pitch to hit right there. It looked like they were set up away, and it ran towards the inner third of the plate with a fastball, and he fouls away, maybe too far in.
He's a guy that the last time the Reds played the Houston Astros down in Houston with Wandy Rodriguez on the mound, got a rare day off. And that's the reason why. 0-67 for Jay Bruce, just 2 for 30. And just missed that one.
Hooks it down the right field line and playable out there for Tobin. And that'll do it. But the Reds get on the board thanks to the home run by Chris Heisey. We move to the 5th. And the Pirates lead at 3-1.
And coaches. It's Reds Live. Pregame is brought to you by Ray St. Clair Roof. Jim Day with you. It is Bark in the Park night, as the boys talked about, and it is sold out to the brim. I'm out here in right field. And if you notice, Chris Heisey, when he hit a home run, the big fireworks didn't go off because in the past they've sent those off and it's kind of spooked the dogs, so no big fireworks tonight. But a lot of dogs down here, and I heard you guys talk about the contest of who most looks like their owner. Well, we're doing our own contest. Who most looks like, which dog most looks like Chris Welsh?
Well, I got to tell you what.
And I found a bulldog right here.
You know, Jim, I got to tell you, I was going to suggest that maybe looked the most like you.
You think so? I don't know. What does it look like me?
Let's take a look.
Who's this?
Ruthie.
Ruthie. Was Ruthie look like me? What do you think?
You know what?
How we doing, Ruthie?
Give Ruthie a big kiss.
Go Reds, go Reds. There you go.
I got Chris. Now, what do you think? I mean, your honest opinion. He said that maybe that doggy looked a little bit like you, Ruthie. I'm leaning towards Jim.
I think
Day.
it's more like Jim Day. Yeah.
Well,
and I think Ruthie liked him an awful lot too. Maybe we'll see Ruthie on the set later.
You know what? We might have to bring Ruthie on the set. What the heck? But you know what? This has become so popular. They have 2 Bark in the Park nights, and when the 2013 schedule comes out, dog owners earmark it. This is a terrific time. They do a terrific job. SPCA has a truck out here, as you guys talked about. And in the community, Tom, I know this is near and dear to your heart. There are lots of dogs and animals that need a home, and we'd love you to give one of those animals a home.
Well, I tell you, I like to think sometimes that I'll put my money where my mouth is. We just went and adopted another dog about 5 days ago from the SPCA Cincinnati.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. She's a big girl. 73 pounds.
Ooh.
Stella, and she is a load. And much like that one right there. And I got to tell you, she is just an unbelievable dog. So sweet. So grateful to have I'd like to think, a good home. And there are a lot of them over there. You're right, Jim Day. But, man, is she a load.
Well, you know, the good news, Tom, speaking of that, they're giving away pooper scoopers over there at the...
we need a lot more of those, too. I found out in a hurry.
Do you have somebody in your household designated as...
My wife and I share that responsibility. We both kind of have a standing agreement that whoever, kind of gets out there has anything to do, grab the bag and get to work.
All right.
That's part of the deal. I mean, that's just part of the deal.
That's a big deal.
Boy, is it a big deal. That one popped up in a short right field.
2 are out. Yeah, he could use an easy inning. Latos threw 37 of them last inning in the 4th. And the Pirates grabbed 3 runs from him. Quick 1-2-3, get him right back in there in the dugout.
Well, he's handled Garrett Jones on a weak pop up to left and then a foul out to Frazier down at third. He'd like to get the Reds right back there to the plate. Frazier, Navarro, Valdez 2 up in the bottom of the inning. Reds down 2. And now 0-2 on Garrett Jones. Two on Garrett Jones, and it's just off the inside corner. And once more, Latos visibly unhappy with some of the pitches being called by the home plate umpire Phil Cuzzy. Got him swinging on the very next pitch. So there is that 1-2-3 inning. Reds come to bat, bottom of the 5th, trailing 3-1. Forces Network broadcasting to the U.S. Armed Forces serving in 175 countries and aboard ships at sea. They're watching around the world in Iraq, Germany, Italy, Southwest Asia, South Korea, Japan. God bless you all. We can't thank you enough for your service to the greatest country in the world, the United States of America. Here's a fly ball into right field. Easy time of it against Frazier. One pitch, one out.
Well, you know that Dusty Baker would love to give Todd Frazier a day off. I don't think he's had a day off other than a red scheduled day off since the last week in July. And this is the first time he's played a full major league season. He's been in the minor leagues. He's been up and down in the years past, but he's never played every day in the major leagues. And of course, most minor league teams are through playing right now unless they're in the playoffs. So big leagues play 1 month more than the minor leagues, and it takes a little getting used to. I think Todd could use a day or two. Wait for Scott Rowland to come back, able to play, just doing some baseball activities today. I imagine that's when that happens, Rowland will be in and Frazier will get a rest.
You know, baseball is such a funny game, and there's no data where you can go back and say, well, a team had a lead and, you know, they coasted into the playoffs. Is there strike three to Navarro? There's another team that backed into the playoffs. There's another team like the Cardinals last year that made that charge from, 10.5 back to capture the wild card the last game of the season and went on to win the World Series. And there's so many things you just can't put a finger on and say this is the way you do it and this is what you want to happen. I think everybody would agree. You wish your entire team would go into the playoffs on a 10-game winning streak. Everybody not going to cover off the ball. Every one of your starting pitchers lights out. But really, at the end of the day, when a playoff series begins, what does all that matter? Does it matter if you're kind of limping in? I don't mean limping in where your team is injured, but maybe playing 500 baseball over the final month as opposed to playing 600 baseball over the final month.
I don't know. Is that a rhetorical question?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the point being is it there's really there's really no answer for it.
Well, I imagine there's data out there. I mean, I'm sure there are people that dug it out that can look it up to say what a team has done, say, in the last 15 days prior to going into the postseason compared to what leads they may have had, different types of lineups they've been able to do, rest players and so on, as opposed to grinding out every last game and then used to winning those games. I mean, last year the St. Louis Cardinals played a significant game every night from August 15th on, and they won the vast majority of them.
Sure did.
And maybe when it got to the postseason, it was just a continuation of what they had done the previous 6 weeks. Other ball clubs, they got plenty of rest to their starters, and all of a sudden you come in the postseason hoping to flip the switch and say, all right, boys, tonight is for real, and the light doesn't come on.
Well, you go back to the last Reds team that won a World Series. We're going back a ways now to 1990, but that was that club that came sprinting out of the gate. And really we're nothing more than a 500 team over really the last 2.5 months of that entire year. Then all of a sudden the LCS starts. They were up against a very good Pirate team, but you had unlikely heroes as they did in the World Series that year. But the one constant they certainly have, along with what this team has, is a dynamite bullpen. Well, this is going to be a 1-2-3 inning for Wandy Rodriguez. So we played 5. The Cardinals still lead by 2. From the Columbus Blue Jackets, special guest on the Fan Express to Reds Country tonight. Their season begins October the 13th. There you see the gentleman with his hand on chin. Scott Housen, their general manager, and to the far right, the president, Mike Priest. For more information on how you can get your group on the Fox Sports Ohio Fan Express to Reds Country, 513-765-70/Fan Express. I had a number of people from different parts of the country over the weekend that, get the MLB extra innings package and thought that Fox Sports Ohio Fan Express that Fox Sports Ohio has put together is one of the coolest ideas they have ever seen. The idea of Tom Farmer, of course, and then executed by all the powers that be. I don't know if anybody's above him on the powers that be list, are there?
I don't know if there's anybody above him on the ideas list, the creative ideas list.
If he signed you to a contract, he's really creative.
And very hopeful, too. There's the Express.
I mean, it really is. I mean, all kidding aside, we'll rivet Tom Farmer a little bit. That is just such a spectacular idea. And again, your group, wherever you are in Reds Country, why not, dial the number we just gave you a moment ago, or go to Reds.com/Fan Express. And it may not happen this year. We don't have many home games left, but this is something that's going to go on for many, many years to come. As there's strike three to Alvarez, and I mean, whether it's your Kiwanis Club or your church group or whatever it might be, why not put your groups, and perhaps we'll come pulling right up to your front door and pick everybody up and bring them to a ball game. Five strikeouts on the night now from Matt Latos. He trails 3-1, and there's a strike to Jose Tabata, who had that double and scored one of the three Pirates runs in the fourth inning off Latos.
And it was the at bat against Jose Tabata that Matt Latos thought he had him struck out, and then later hung a pitch, and Tabata lined it for a double to left center field. That was a big hit in that particular inning. He's running up his pitch count pretty good. Of course, when you have a 37 pitch inning, and that was in the fourth for Matt Latos, it's going to happen to you. Next one, number 97. Not close.
Walks Tabata with one out. 4 of those in the game tonight for Latos, and 2 of them came in that 3-run fourth inning. So now Barmes, who has popped up to shallow center on a great play made by Brandon Phillips back in the second inning. And then Barmes walked in the fourth. Now Tabata, a guy who will steal a base. 9 of 14 at the big league level so far this year. They pitch out and nothing going on. Tabata, a guy who's had big stolen base seasons in the minor leagues. He had 46 of them in 2010, combining AAA and the 102 games with a major league club. So he can run.
Now he can run. You got a combination here between Matt Latos and Deanna Navarro. Maybe not the best on the Reds ball club and holding them tight. In fact, they've stolen 16 off of Latos, and they've only had 3 thrown out. And I can't say that Navarro is quite with Ryan Hanigan as far as his defensive ability and being able to throw the ball down to second base. So I'm wondering if maybe that's the reason why Latos tonight paying a little more attention to base runners. Third time that Navarro has caught Latos. Both the other times they've been matched up back in August.
Somewhat surprising that no one is getting loose in the Reds bullpen. With a pitch count piling up for Latos, he walked Tabata on 5 pitches. He's fallen behind Barmes 3-0. And yet no one throwing in the Cincinnati bullpen.
Now it looks like the phone is rung. Jorge Lopez sprints over to pick it up, and they'll get some action down there.
Jose Arredondo just got up, and he's trying to get loose in a hurry. There you get a look at Jorge Lopez. After answering that phone, now going to keep a watchful eye over Arredondo.
He's got more troops to look over now that they've had some call-ups down there. Trying to keep those guys in line.
One on and one out. Now to 3-2 on Barmes, and Weekly popped up, playable in foul ground for Joey Votto. Well, you know what Dusty Baker's thinking about here. I mean, he is really hoping with Latos due to lead off the next inning and the bottom part of the batting order here for the Pirates coming up, that Latos can just get one more out without any more damage. I would imagine if anybody else reaches base in this inning. Although the pitcher spot coming up next. Latos with a chance to retire one of these next 2 to get through the top of the 6th inning. Barajas with the bases loaded and 1 out in the 4th inning hit that ball off the end of the bat directly down the right field line. Votto went on a sprint straight towards a right field corner, and it dropped just beyond his reach for a run scoring single. This one playable for Jay Bruce, so a good job by Latos after the 1-out walk. 6 innings, 3 runs in the books. You figure his night's over due to lead off the bottom of the 6th inning. Reds with MLB.com at bat. Text 31826 or visit Reds.com for details, and make sure to tune in tomorrow night. Our last exclusive ticket office takeover presented by Fox Sports Ohio. It'll be another great offer for your chance to get down to the ballpark before the end of this season and catch a first place Reds. Don't miss out tomorrow night. Reds are down 3-1. Miguel Cairo going to bat for Matt Latos, who goes 6 innings and allows 3 earned runs tonight. He walked 4 batters, fanned 5, and allowed 5 base hits. Fly ball on the first pitch into left field will back up Presley to the wall, but able to bring it in. 1 pitch and 1 out for Wandy Rodriguez, who has thrown just 70 pitches so far in the game tonight.
Well, what he's doing is throwing a lot of first pitch strikes. I mean, he's going right after the hitters. He's not trying to fool them early in the count. The Reds know Wandy Rodriguez very well. They know they're going to get a fastball early in the dish, and they're up there hacking. 13 of 18 in that category.
Come for the Red State for more fun. Visit the new Cat Canyon exhibit at the world famous Cincinnati Zoo and Botanical Garden. Make it a weekend getaway and book your next day at CincinnatiUSA.com. Reds trailing 3-1. Leadoff man set down, the pitch hitter Cairo, and out of top of the order, and Brandon Phillips, who is grounded to short and flied out to right. Behind 0-2. One ball and 2 strikes now on Brandon. And he's gone swinging, and that's 4 of them tonight for Rodriguez.
We talked about it from the very beginning of the ball game. The Wandy Rodriguez will throw that fastball measured on the radar gun only 88 to 90, 91 maybe, but he consistently throws it by hitters up in the zone. And the ball just doesn't sink, and you see a lot of hitters swinging underneath that pitch, especially when it's high. Izzy hit a home run on the fastball, and he gets a changeup on the first pitch there.
That one almost hit him on the knuckles. No balls and 2 strikes. This guy has been a solid pitcher for a long time. Not a great pitcher. He's been healthy. He's been durable. He's been dependable. And there is strike 3 called, and he has been mighty good tonight. 1 hit through 6. 3-1 Pirates in front. fourth inning on a home run by Andrew McCutchen. And 1 out later, a walk, a ground rule double, another walk, loaded the bases. A little cue shot by Barajas, just fair down the right field line. Wandy Rodriguez grounded out to third on what could have been a double play ball, but mishandled by Frazier. And it made it 3-0. The only Reds hit, one swing of the bat for their lone run by Chris Heisey in the bottom of that inning. Reds, in fact, only had 2 base runners all night long against Wandy Rodriguez. They had that home run by Heisey. 2 batters later, a walk to Ryan Ludwig. So he retired the first 10, and now he's retired the last 7. New pitcher taking over for Matt Latos is Jose Arredondo, pitching in his 59th game of the year. And this is where he needs to come in and throw strikes. Arredondo has been very tough to hit, but his Achilles heel undeniably this year has been his struggles at times with control. 1-1.
And really same way for last year. His ratio of walks to innings pitched are almost identical this year to last year. But both years, very respectable earned run averages.
Off the plate, Arredondo acrobatically into the air and throws out Wandy Rodriguez. Pretty nice play right there.
Well, remember that Jose Arredondo originally signed as an infielder, as a shortstop, actually, out of the Dominican Republic. In fact, he's from Johnny Cueto's hometown, San Pedro de Macorís, which is the hometown best known for so many great shortstops having come through from there.
Well, I tell you, the guy that doesn't get enough credit for the career he had that came out of there, if I'm not mistaken, played for the Reds for a short time as a third baseman, was Tony Fernandez.
You're not kidding.
What a great player he was.
When he played third base for the Reds, he kind of redefined how to play third base. He played it like a shortstop.
Man, was he a good player.
Yeah.
All-around player. Unbelievable defender, outstanding offensive player.
Of course, for so many years played with the Toronto Blue Jays. And a lot of people really never got to see him play all that much.
Played for a short while in that big deal that was consummated between it was the Blue Jays and the San Diego Padres, if I'm not mistaken. One of that big deal where Fred McGriff and Joe Carter and Tony Fernandez and Roberto Alomar. Well, you talk about a blockbuster deal now. 2 of those guys going one way and 2 guys coming the other way. Big Freddie McGriff, there's another guy. Big league career.
Fringe Hall of Famer. Some people thought that he should be in.
Soft liner off the bat of Holt. 2 out. There's that splitter right there that fools Presley. Throw it to him again. It's 0-2. 1 ball, 2 strike pitch. Mercy. I got a piece of the hitter holding. Wait, don't go saying you sure about that? I may have got a piece of the uniform.
Well, I had to get a piece of the uniform, but I don't think it probably made much of a noise. How do you see that?
That's a 92-mile-per-hour fastball.
That's why he's an umpire.
Well, you hit Presley now to have to face the best hitter in his Pirate lineup, Andrew McCutchen. Arredondo hoping that's the kind of thing not going to come back and not just nibble at him, but take a big chunk out of him. Hit a guy batting in the 230s to face McCutchen. Strike 1. Oh, and 1 on McCutchen, and a fastball is called high, I guess. 1 ball, 1 strike. Two balls and a strike. Runner at first. 2 are out. And there's strike 2.
Well, he throws that split finger with such fastball arm action. That's why you see the reaction of the hitters that they do. They double take.
Two pitch. That one hung up over the middle of the plate a little bit, and Arredondo perhaps fortunate that ball wasn't hit the way McCutchen hit it back in the 4th.
Yeah, the ideal splitter is really not even a strike. It's a ball that looks like when you release it from your hand that it's going to be a low strike down around the knees, but by the time it gets to the plate, it's down and out of the strike zone, oftentimes either hitting the plate or the dirt right behind the plate.
Ball squirting out of the glove of Votto. Trying to catch Presley napping over there.
Nearly did.
Two and two now on McCutchen. Big lead over there at first, and a high fly ball that'll end the top of the 7th inning. It'll be Votto, Ludwig, and Bruce. Scoreless frame for Arredondo. Reds down 3-1. Question: who hit the most career home runs on his birthday as a Cincinnati Red? I thought I remember hearing something about this.
Now, don't you always guess?
A while ago.
Tony Perez
or
Johnny Bench?
No, I always guess on anything, unless it had something to do with longevity in the Reds organization. But the guy that at least hit through the years, I've learned my lesson, the guy I always guess is Frank Robinson. I'll tell you what, obviously Robinson was traded and went on to the Baltimore Orioles. But at the end of the day, if you took the entire career of any Red that ever started his career in Cincinnati and happened to finish his career either with the Reds or with somebody else, you would have a very hard time presenting the argument that anybody ever had a better career than Frank Robinson.
You're right about that.
Talking about a guy who hit over 600 home runs. Or almost over 500 home runs. Not 600. Over 500 home runs. That one whacked into right field by Votto. And that's the way the Reds' bottom of the 7th inning will begin. I mean, all the RBIs, all the awards, MVP in both leagues. He was just a phenomenal player. And some out there screaming at the TV and throwing something at the television, maybe saying, well, what about Johnny Bell? What about Pete Ryan? Look, I'm not saying those guys wouldn't be right there in the debate, but you can't say anybody was better than Frank Robinson.
What was the question again?
The guy who hit the most home runs on his birthday.
Oh, okay.
And that's why I'm guessing Frank Robinson.
When was his birthday?
I don't know. I was getting ready to say, I thought I remembered either being some kind of deal between Frank Robinson and Ken Griffey Jr. was the other guy. There's a roller back to the mound. And that's the first out of the inning. And I'm told Frank Robinson's birthday was during the baseball season. It was on August the 31st. Ken Griffey Jr. is his birthday in April? November, so it could have been him. Okay, never mind. I would have been wrong about that. So I'm guessing Robinson. You going to take a stab at it?
Ted Kluszewski.
Okay, that's a good one, too. Real good. Reds only 3 base runners all night long against Wandy Rodriguez. And by the way, we're told Ted Kluszewski's birthday came during a baseball season. September the 10th today would have been his birthday.
How about that?
That's hooked to the right side, and this will be a double play that'll end the inning. Oh, they called him safe at first, and the first baseman can't believe it, Garrett Jones. A good hustle by Bruce, not giving up on the play, getting up the line to keep the inning alive and give Frazier a chance to potentially tie it on one swing of the bat.
He plays the game the right way, Jay Bruce does. I mean, he's hot as a firecracker right now, and he's facing maybe his all-time nemesis out there in Wandy Rodriguez. I mean, it's the double play ball. You call it right off the bat. I mean, that is DP lane, 4-6-3. But Jay Bruce, we've often said deceptive speed. And he busted down the line. That's the way you play the game.
Well, let's see if Frazier can reward Bruce for playing the game the right way and let Jay score in front of him on a game-tying 2-run long one.
Had a cut, didn't he?
He did. Fouled it off.
I mean, it's uncanny tonight how many times Wandy Rodriguez has said, here is a fastball first pitch. And just keeps challenging him one after another. You know, he really doesn't throw it all with what pitching coaches would call a downward plane. he throws the ball up in the zone. And guys like that, there aren't all that many left-handers that do. But those that do seem to get pretty good success. Cliff Lee's another guy that throws the ball up like that. I'm not putting Wandy Rodriguez in Cliff Lee's category, but I'm just saying same style of pitcher. Guy over there sitting next to your dad in the radio booth. Jeff Brantley would be a guy shorter of stature, threw the ball up in the zone very effectively, got a lot of strikeouts up around the letters.
1-2 the count, and a little jam shot to the right side, and it'll get out of the reach of Holt, allowing Bruce to advance. That'll be an infield hit by Frazier. So the Reds have the tying run aboard and a go-ahead run coming to the plate.
Well, look where Holt is playing. I mean, the second baseman right there is just a couple of steps away from the bag. They think that Todd Frazier is that much of a pull hitter on balls on the ground. He's come a long way to get that in shallow right field by the time the ball bounces over his glove. And Brent Hurdle's got a little switcheroo to do.
Going to make a double switch here. It's going to send Starling Marte into left field, replacing Alex Presley. And coming on from the bullpen is going to be hard-throwing right-hander Jared Hughes. This will be our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. Reds knocking on the door. They've been quiet all night. Can they finally break through? Most career home runs on his birthday as a Red. There's a guy you told me I should have guessed to begin with.
I thought you always had. My mistake.
Well, maybe from now on.
You wouldn't go wrong very much. 3 of them on May the 14th. Jared Hughes, new pitcher for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Big dude, 6 feet 7 inches tall.
Gianna Navarro turns around about left-handed for the first time tonight. Got a ground out to first and a strikeout against a left-hander Rodriguez. Good numbers for Hughes. 1-1 on Deanna Navarro. 2 on. Reds down by 2 with 2 out. In the dirt. Pretty nice play right there by Barajas. That one gets away from him. Reds have a pair of runners in scoring position. So one thing Barajas has always been very good at. Handling a pitching staff and working that glove behind the plate.
Well, he's made a difference this year behind the plate for the Pittsburgh Pirates. There's no doubt about it.
That ball's hit hard. Will it stay fair? It is a fair ball into the corner, and it goes away from the right fielder. 2 runs are going to score on a 2-run, 2-out double by Navarro. And we're tied at 3. And you go all the way back to Jay Bruce legging out that potential inning-ending double play.
I mean, he was safe by an error, Jay Bruce was, and if he hadn't hustled as hard as he did, he would never have given Deanna Navarro a chance to do this. Got a little sinker about thigh high, roping it down the right field line and tying this ball game up.
The big base hit right there by Deanna Navarro. We're tied. And now Wilson Valdez will be taken down for pinch hitter Xavier Paul, the one-time Pirate. Of course, Frazier, after the fielder's choice ground out by Bruce, had that little squiver. But they were really overplaying Bruce. And by doing so, they allow what really would have been a routine ground ball to second base. Squirt through for an infield hit. So now Ray Searage will come out and visit with Jared Hughes. And he asked a question here, Chris. You have a base open. Paul has been the best hitter off the Reds bench this season. You have 2 outs in the inning, and you have the pitcher spot due up next. Now, obviously, with the rosters being expanded, there are a lot more choices for Dusty Baker down there.
Yeah, but there have got to be choices for the Pirates other than the best pinch hitter the Reds have sitting on their bench right now. You would think anyway. They get a pinch runner.
Didi Gregorius is going to pinch run, and I'm sure Navarro will get a big round of applause.
He should.
High fives all around for Navarro after the game, tying 2-out 2-run double to right.
First switch hitting catcher the Reds have had since Javier Valentin.
Xavier Paul. Ball 1. And this one right at the second baseman. And that will end the inning. But the Reds tie it on the double by Navarro and move to the inning, a 3-3 game. Ballpark. At each Sunday home game, families can buy up to 3 non-premium tickets at half price with a purchase of 1 full price ticket in the same section. So what do we have? 1 more Sunday home game left this year. That's right. Call 381-REDS or visit reds.com/family for more details. And that Sunday game will be a Sunday night game against the Los Angeles Dodgers on September the 23rd. Gregorius remains in the game to play shortstop. Ryan Hannigan will take over behind the plate, replacing Navarro at the game-tying double. And now on the mound is Sean Marshall. Following Latos and Arredondo.
He's got a couple left-handers back-to-back to Sean Marshall, Garrett Jones, and then Pedro Alvarez. I don't know whether this will be a complete inning for Sean Marshall or whether he'll just get the 2 lefties to lead it off.
Jonathan Broxton is up and throwing in the Reds bullpen. Jones 0 for 3. Very quiet. A pop up to left, a foul out to third, and a strikeout swinging all those at bats against a right-hander Latos. Marshall, a long time getting back out there on the rubber. Okay's a sign with Hannigan, and now the 1-1. And a lazy pop up again off the bat of Jones. Gregorius for the first out. Pedro Alvarez is 0 for 2. He walked and scored back in a 3-run 4th inning. Those are all 3 runs Pirates have scored in this game, and all came against Matt Latos on a home run by McCutchen. A couple of walks with a double sandwiched in between, then a loop single and a ground out brought in the other 2 runs. Reds got a home run by Heisey in the 4th inning. And a 2-out 2-run game tying double by Deoner Navarro in the last of the 7th. Number off the end of the bat down to Frazier. 2 gone, and we see now that Dusty Baker brings in Broxton. Yeah, Hannigan already batting in the number 9 spot. So it's not like you need to worry about batting for the pitcher for the next inning or anything like that. Well, he's going to stay with Marshall against Jose Tabata. Served down the right field line and foul.
Whew. That is a yacker. You know what you commonly hear from an umpire is it curved around the plate. I mean, it's not where you catch it, it's where that baby crosses the zone.
From another one and missed 2-2. Three in a row. One to count full. We have Barmes waiting in the on-deck circle. 2 are out. We're in the top of the 8th inning of a 3-3 game. Reds have come back from a 3-0 deficit. It is something they have done this entire year. And now the pitch. Soft liner into shallow left. It'll fall in a hit. That's an at-bat that got away from Marshall. He was ahead in the count of Taba to 0-2, ran the count full. And Dusty Baker going to come get Marshall. LeSean goes 2/3, allows 1 hit, and Broxton will come on from the Reds bullpen to face Clint Barmes. We're back in a moment. For game time with Urban Meyer before the Buckeyes kick it off this week at noon against the Cal Bears. Coach Meyer will give you the preview of every opponent and Ohio State's preparation for the game. Game time with Urban Meyer. Saturdays 9 a.m. on Fox Sports. Ohio boy Coach Meyer very upset about the way the Buckeyes played over the weekend. A winning weekend over Central Florida to go to 2-0 and now ranked number 12 in the country. But here it's 3-3. And Barmes taken down. For a pinch hitter, they're going to bring in Jeff Clement. And Broxton delivers a strike.
Well, Clement spent the entire season down in Indianapolis. The Indians, a AAA team for the Pirates.
Chris, I remember you and I talking about Clement's swing last year. We came up at a real nice game, a couple of games in a series against the Reds last season. And I remember you being very impressed with his swing.
Well, he's a big guy, obviously, 6'2", 225. Not much to show for his 11 games so far, but I imagine if he centers one, he can hit it a long way.
Well, you know the count. We thought the very first pitch of the at-bat was a strike. Broxton thought that one was a strike. You have Rod Barajas due up next. And now to 3-0 coming on Clement. And a bouncer to Votto. Hitting over. Man, giving that young man a
Can't believe that.
light. Thank you. Meal deal. Check concession stands throughout the ballpark. You get a hot dog, a bag of Lay's chips, a 16-ounce Coke, and on this homestand, a Quaker Chewy granola bar, all for $8. Get the Kroger meal deal on your next trip to Great American Ballpark. A great deal indeed. All right, Reds coming to bat. Here in the last of the 8th inning, Pirates have a new shortstop, Jordy Mercer, replacing Barmas. And still Jared Hughes on the mound. I mean, the Pirates are going to play every single game and every single inning until they are eliminated like it's a playoff game. They're 2.5 out behind the Cardinals for that final wild card spot going into play tonight. Cardinals start in about a half hour from now out in San Diego. Ryan Hannigan batting for the first time since he took over for Deoner Navarro behind the plate. As those standings going into play, told you the Dodgers are idle. And the Cardinals play at Petco Park against a San Diego team that is playing, without a doubt, some of its baseball, without a doubt, its best baseball of the season, not some of it, the best ball they played all year. For really about a month and a half, almost 2 full months now. They've gotten within 9 games under 500. And that's from a long ways under 500. 1-2 on Hannigan. High drive into left center field, and there's room out there at the warning track. Marte there to get it, 1 out.
A little cooler night, ball not jumping like it does in the middle of the summer when it seems to just pop right out of here. Also, not a lot of money out there for Ryan Hannigan. He's more of a line drive hitter. Base hits to right field. He got a lot of that one, though.
Phillips going to flip the baseball out beyond Jared Hughes, who's going to have a few words to say. And, you know, Chris, you talked about some of the bad blood between these two teams the last time the Pirates were here, and it started with Andrew McCutchen getting drilled, and there was a lot of talk that sooner or later the Pirates were going to get Brandon Phillips. For whatever reason, Phillips was a name that continued to come up, and now he gets drilled with 1 out in the 8th inning of a tie game by Hughes.
To make sure anything doesn't go any further than this, they've already issued a warning. Phil Cuzzy went to both benches right after that when there was a little conference on the mound and said, all right, we're going to warn everybody here so that the next time this happens, somebody's going out of the ball game. That was Andrew McCutchen against Aroldis Chapman.
Josh Harrison got hit the next day by Mike Lee. When Hurdle was ejected in that game, you may remember that was the following day. And then there was a lot of talk of the final game of the series on a Sunday after the Reds had won the first 2 with A.J. Burnett on the mound. Lands a fastball right in the thigh.
Well, Clint Hurdle, remember, got ejected because he objected to them giving a warning so that the Pirates never had a chance to retaliate and get even after seeing 2 of his guys get hit. So now, again, the umpires take the preemptive move, and they're going to make the warning to both benches. Brandon Phillips reaches the 1 out. Hey, tie ball game. He's not injured. You'll take a base runner. And Brandon's standing on the bag. And they throw over to first. I'm not sure what that's all about. Back in time, I would say. Roadrunner used to do that.
Indeed. As he pulls one foul.
But really what could work for the Reds' advantage right here is that you get the pitcher, a young guy, Jared Hughes, been in the big leagues all year, but still a young by terms of years in the major leagues. You get him wrapped up all in the emotion of, you know, hitting a Reds bat or having warnings been issued, bad blood between these teams, and he forgets all about a 3-3 ball game.
I'll tell you, Chris, this big fella takes so long to get the ball to the plate. You know, you got to believe that Phillips could get to second base with this guy on the mound.
Well, 13 people have, and nobody's been thrown out.
Yeah, I mean, you just watch him here where we're sitting, and it takes him a long time to unwind and get that thing at the plate.
It's not a lead, though, that you'd think they would be giving up a stolen base. I think he's paying more attention to Brandon Phillips than Phillips is paying to him. You really want to put it to the Pirates, you steal second, you get a base hit to put yourself ahead.
Right.
And then you bring Chapman in the ninth.
Absolutely. Hughes a long look in. Okay is a sign, and now the turn and a throw over to first base. To the count. I mean, Heisey up there hacking at the thrown ball. Fouls it away. Heisey homered, getting the Reds on the board back in the 4th inning. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Phillips steals second base. 2 out in the inning, and now you know the Pirates are going to walk Joey Votto after Phillips gets in a scoring position and a base open. So Barajas going to extend the glove, calling for the intentional walk of Votto. It's going to be up to Ryan Ludwick. So many times Ryan Ludwick has come up with that big base hit for this Reds team this year. And Hughes has already proven tonight that he can give up the big hit. He allowed the game tying 2-run 2-out double to Navarro. 1 inning ago, the runs were charged, of course, to Wandy Rodriguez. Ludwick tonight has bounced to short, drawn a walk, and bounced into a fielder's choice. But a base hit away perhaps from giving the Reds their first lead of the night, and no better time to get that than the bottom of the 8th inning. Aroldis Chapman ready in the Reds bullpen. Roxon still officially in the game right now. Came on and retired the final batter in the top of the 8th. One ball, 1 strike on Ludwick. Bounce foul. And Hughes jumps ahead at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Been a rough homestand for Dusty Baker's Reds. They dropped 2 out of 3 to Philadelphia. Lost over the weekend to the worst team in the league, the Astros, 2 out of 3. And looking for a come-from-behind win to beat the Pirates tonight. They need a hit. And they don't get it from Ludwig. We go to the 9th, 3-3 game. Honda, the Kings Auto Mall. Visit KingsHondaUSA.com. Well, how about this, Chris Welsh, between innings?
Well, Andrew McCutchen runs by Brandon Phillips, and I guess Brandon's telling him to maybe relay a message to somebody in the dugout. Greg Gibson comes in to make sure that nothing else goes on there. Careful, Didi, don't bump the umpire.
Well, that went on for quite some time, wondering if McCutchen relayed the message, if indeed that's what it's all about. So Broxton facing Barajas in a 3-3 game here in the top of the 9th inning.
Well, you can see that if you're an opposing player playing against the Reds, how you would not like Brandon Phillips. First of all, he robs you of base hits. He plays great defense against you, and he plays it all with a flair. And some will consider that or translate that as being a hot dog. And he's a guy you love to hate unless he's on your own ball club.
That didn't last long. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night.
Well, effectively hit that low outside corner right there. I'm not sure what pitch that was. It bottom dropped out of it, 92 miles an hour. I don't know if he throws a slider that hard, but it was nasty.
Starling Marte bats for the first time since taking over as part of a double switch when Jared Hughes came into the ball game. Foul off out of play. Both of these bullpens have been outstanding the entire year. I mean, it's been virtually a neck-and-neck race through most of the season as to which team statistically was the best inside the National League. Hughes has been one of their best. We've seen Marshall and Broxton following Arredondo. And that one hit down the right field line by Marte, and this will be a double with one out here in the top of the ninth inning.
The Pirates have had a couple of balls hit just like that. Alex Presley hit one down the left field line in the first inning, and Marte goes right down the right field line just by Joey Votto.
Brock Holt, the batter, with a runner at second base, and it's up and away, ball one. Go ahead, run out at second base with one away, and Broxton keeping an eye on Marte out at second. 3 runs, 7 hits, 7 men left on base for Pittsburgh. 3 runs, only 4 hits for the Reds. They've left 4 runners on base. And all 2 in the bottom of the 8th inning. Travis Snyder waits in the on-deck circle. They acquired him from the Blue Jays organization right at the trade deadline. And now the 1-1 on Brock Holt. Go ahead, run at second with 1 out. We are in the 9th inning. And a bouncer to Votto. 2 out. You're looking ahead to the Reds' bottom half of the 9th inning. Jay Bruce, Todd Frazier, and then D.D. Gregorius due up. Ryan Price now going to come up to the mound and make sure they have the correct scouting report on the pinch hitter Travis Snyder. Well, Reds fans, for a quick and delicious meal the whole family will enjoy, try JTM's beef or chicken Philly steak kits. That's JTM. Well, Jared Hughes not charged with runs, but he gave up the big base hit in this one. Came on with 2 on and 2 out to face Diana Navarro in the 7th inning, and he allowed a game-tying double down the right field line. Hit a batter, intentionally walked a batter in the 8th inning, but got out of the jam by fanning Ryan Ludwig. So now Snyder. Fastball in there, strike. Snyder spent his entire career in the Toronto Blue Jays organization until the trade this season coming over prior to the deadline. Fastball is called a ball. That pitch has not been there for any pitcher all night long tonight. And fastball from a right-hander to a left-handed batter on the outside corner, just not getting the call.
Boy, just ate him up with that one on the inner part of the plate underneath the hands.
Small crowd, but for those that are here, they're into it. Trying to get behind Broxton for the final strike and the final out here in the top of the 9th inning. Go ahead run stands at third. And a 1-2 pitch. Fastball high, 2-2. McCutchen waits. Blew him away with gas at 97. Well, here we go. The reigning National League Player of the Week at 4 home runs in 6 games. Does he have one to start this week to end this game at Great American Ballpark tonight? Brought to you by Cincinnati Children's, ranking 3rd in the nation again in the U.S. News and World Report's 2012 Best Children's Hospitals. And by the dependable, long-lasting Chevy Silverado. And your tri-state Chevy dealers. Fountain right next door. Spectacular Banks project. halfway through that in a brand new park along the Ohio River. What a job they have done. As Tony Watson now takes over on the mound, replacing Jared Hughes. He's in there to face Jay Bruce.
He's been pretty good lately. Tony Watson, the left-hander, has been scored upon twice in his last 20 ball games and only once in his last 8.
Bruce 0 for 3 tonight. Scored a run when he legged out what looked like would be an inning-ending double play in the 7th inning. Kept the inning alive. Frazier followed with an infield hit. And then Navarro, the game-tying 2-run double against Jared Hughes. So 3-3, bottom of the 9th. Good eye by Bruce, and the count goes to 2-0. Reds 18 wins and games decided in their final at bat. They have 9 game-ending hits. 3-0. Talked about what a terrific come-from-behind team the Reds have been this entire season. They've come back from 3-0 down to tie the game at 3-3 here tonight. And a 4-pitch walk, lefty on lefty. The Reds 39 come from behind wins, tied with the Brewers for the most in the major leagues.
Well, now the decision for Dusty Baker is, all right, how do I play this? You've got the winning run on first base. Todd Frazier, who is 1 for 3, but really has struggled. That one hit was a little ground ball that was in the second base spot, but they had overplayed him so much that it found a hole. Do you have him lay a bunt down right here, get that runner over into second base and into scoring position?
Well, if you're wondering, Frazier does not have a single sacrifice this year. No sign of a bunt on the first pitch. Tell you, nobody swinging a bat right now for me, Chris Welsh. This guy's not throwing a strike since he's come into the game. Now, a lot of people would say, give me a break. You get a fastball right down the can, you let it rip. Understand that, too.
Well, if you're wild outside the zone, you're wild inside the zone.
Two 2-0. Still has not thrown a strike. I mean, if you're a hitter, and look, you can debate this kind of stuff all day long, but doesn't the guy have to prove to somebody that he can throw a strike before you have to swing, or no?
Well, I think after you've seen him twice, and you know he's coming with fastballs, he's seen 2 fastballs in a row, so he's got his arm slot, he's got the velocity, he should be able to time it. If you can be good enough as a hitter to shrink that strike zone down, to make that ball come right out of the pipe or the tunnel, right down the center of the heart of the plate, then you let it rip. But if it's not right there, the problem is so many hitters can't do that. They think, if I get a strike, I'm swinging, and they end up swinging at a pitch. It's a pitcher's pitch, rolling over on it, ground ball, double play, and you just think, man, should have waited one more pitch, just like Tom Brenneman said.
No, I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, if the guy can't throw the ball over the plate, I mean, you know, you can hit with 1 strike just like hitting with no strikes.
Yes.
A lot of guys don't like hitting 2 strikes.
Like right there.
Nothing he's going to do with that
pitch.
And he pulled off the ball, and he's not going to touch that pitch.
Well, I think, you know, he might also be getting tired to the point where he's cheating just a little bit to catch up to a fastball. I mean, Watson's throwing the ball 95. Got a good arm.
Frazier's been a .315 batter against left-handed pitching coming into the game tonight.
Even the one thing you said earlier, that he does not have a sacrifice this year, for me, that doesn't make any difference. If I want to sacrifice him, I'm going to sacrifice him. Of course, he's been batting 7th an awful lot this year. Frazier had before he finally flip-flopped with Scott Rowland into the number 6 spot. You never rarely see a number 7 hitter bunt, because you bunt the guy over, and then they walk the number 8 hitter to get to the pitcher.
2-2 on Frazier, leadoff man aboard, winning run over there at first here in the bottom of the 9th. Boy, 1 out in the inning. Well, no better time than right now for Didi Gregorius to get that first major league run batted in. He's already gotten that hit part out of the way. And the Reds really have absolutely zero choice than to let Gregorius bat. They don't have anybody else play shortstop. Valdez started the game. Cozart is still hurt. And there is no one else. Of course, Frazier's capable of playing short if they wanted to maneuver the lineup around significantly. As you see, Henry Rodriguez now standing in the on deck circle. Rodriguez is a switch hitter. Well, he's got a really good looking swing from the left side of the plate. We've seen that already up here. One and one. And that's called a strike. That was a pitch we just said at the top of the inning that really hasn't been called much at all against left-handed batters. That pitch on the outer edge.
And at the plate, no doubt about it.
Jay Bruce began this bottom of the 9th inning drawing a 4-pitch walk. Todd Frazier got ahead in the count 2-0 and then struck out on 3 pitches thereafter. 1-2 on Gregorius, batting for the first time tonight. And he's gone swinging. So rather than Rodriguez, he will be called back, and it'll be Dennis Phipps to come back for Jonathan Broxton, who goes an inning and a third. Strikes out 2 and allows 1 hit.
Well, we've seen Henry Rodriguez get his first major league hit. Didi Gregorius get his first major league hit. Dennis Phipps could get one a long, long way if he connects one.
0 for 3 since being brought up from AAA Louisville is Phipps, who got off to a horrific start this season. But my oh my, did he come on strong over the second half of the season down there for Louisville. Wanted to hit that ball long way.
Well, he's got a big swing. There's no doubt about it. And the knock-on Phipps is that his swing is long. It's a two-part swing. But when he centers it, it goes a long way.
To the count. We are on our way to extra innings. Reds are 4-6 in extra inning games. Pirates are 4-1, tied at 3. Presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Already end of 9, 3 runs, 7 hits. For the Pirates, they've left 8 men on base, 3 runs, only 4 hits all night long for the Reds, and 3 of them came in 1 inning. And the Reds have left 5 on base. And now on the pitch. Reds closer blew a save for the first time since June the 24th here on Friday night, when he gave up that home run to Matt Dominguez is Aroldis Chapman.
And how fitting is it that Aroldis Chapman comes in and the first batter he will face will be Andrew McCutchen. We showed you a little clip of the last time these guys faced each other, and Chapman drilled McCutchen right on the left shoulder. Don't you think he might be thinking about that?
A 1-0 on McCutchen, leading off the Pirates' 10th inning, and that one sails up and away. 2 balls and no strikes. Well, sooner or later you knew that Chapman's streak wasn't going to last forever. I mean, the guy's human.
Well, he pitched like he was something other than human for quite a bit of the season.
Yes, he did.
And the other thing that you do is you hold him to a higher standard for velocity than anybody else you have on your ball club or anybody else in the league. And he's not hit that lately. That last pitch at 93 miles an hour, very un-Aroldis Chapman-like. I mean, he's reaching back for everything he's got and not even coming close to what he was throwing a month ago.
3-1 on McCutchen. And there's a walk to begin the inning. Teams don't frequently get on base against Aroldis Chapman, but when they do try and run. Now, McCutchen not a big stolen base guy, only 6 out of 7.
Yeah, he's got a good pickoff move. Chapman does, very deceptive. Saw him pick off 2 batters in 1 inning in a spring training game. I think they're going to make him throw a strike, especially if you're left-handed. Garrett Jones does not look good at the plate tonight. What does he have the game by swinging the bat here? Until Chapman proves he can throw a strike.
Two 2-0, and still that radar gun is way down.
Yeah, but his balance isn't the way it is. He doesn't have the same body language on the mound. And when is the last time you heard this stadium this quiet when Aroldis Chapman is on the mound? I mean, you can hear the ball hit the mitt. Normally it's fevered pitch right here.
Well, Dusty Baker already has Sam LeCure cranking it up in a hurry. You can tell something is out there. It's just not right with Chapman.
And it was the same way last time he pitched and the time before that.
3-0 the count. He's not thrown a strike in the inning. And I think Dusty's he's wrestling with what to do here.
Just a little confidence building right here. Brian Price will be trying to get the message across. Didi Gregorius will do the translating to make sure that Aroldis Chapman knows what Brian Price is trying to tell him. Didi speaks about 5 languages.
Pirates going to go to their bench. Chase Arnaud will come in and run for Garrett Jones over at first. Three ball game, but the first 2 on, and you got to believe Pedro Alvarez has probably never been asked to bunt, at least not very often. Always been a guy to hit right in the middle of the lineup. Or in his entire minor league career and short major league career, does not have a sacrifice at the big league level this year. And a first pitch fastball that matches his best fastball so far tonight at 95.
One sacrifice in his career for Alvarez. Not a candidate here.
Oh, and 1 on Alvarez. And now 0-2. You know, it's not to say there was a time in baseball where a guy like Alvarez would have put down a bunt. You know, batting 5th in a lineup. I don't know. But boy, if a manager had the confidence in a young player to be able to put one down, I mean, what are the chances of a left-handed batter getting a hit off Chapman?
Well, he's a .248 hitter, middle of the lineup guy or not. Your chances are 1 in 4 he's going to get a base hit, and against Chapman are probably 1 in 11.
0-2 the count on Pedro Alvarez. Fastball is high.
Maybe he's getting a little bit loose now. Last one was 97. One before that 96. One before that 95.
Chapman will look at the runners, and now the pitch. Struck him out swinging.
Oh, he
ball.
Dropped the slider on him.
So one out here in the Pirate 10th.
Yeah, needed it out and got it there. Alvarez had a pretty good swing at that previous fastball, and a good call by Ryan Hannigan to drop that little slider on him.
Now Tabata has bounced to the mound, doubled to center field, scored a run, drawn a walk, and then singled to left in the 8th inning.
Now this is
a good night.
This is where, Tom, if I'm the Reds, I'm a little more concerned about Andrew McCutchen taking third base. Not easy to steal second off Chapman because he does have a good move and it can be deceptive, but he's very long, delivered to the plate with a runner at second. And those middle infielders have to keep him close.
Back-to-back walks to begin this Pirate 10th inning by Chapman. Strikes out Alvarez. And that fastball is too low. It's 2 balls and a strike on Tabata. That ball hit hard into right center field. It'll be caught by Bruce. And a throw back into second base. Not going to be in time to double up McCutchen. Bruce got a great jump on that ball. As soon as it left the bat, you knew Bruce had a chance to run it down. Stayed up in the air long enough.
Ball absolutely smoked by Jose Tabata. Going to slice a little bit, come back towards Bruce, but he got a good break. You're right about that. A running start by Jay Bruce.
To the bench again goes Clint Hurdle. And another trade deadline acquisition. Going to bring up Gabby Sanchez. Sanchez had an outstanding year as a rookie with the Marlins last year. Got off to a woeful start here in 2012. Was sent all the way back to the minor leagues before coming over to the Pirates. And now the pitch. Taken outside for a ball. If I remember correctly, Sanchez was a guy who had an extended at bat against Aroldis Chapman the last time the Pirates were in town. fastball at 95, a called strike. That went off the mitt of Hannigan. And McCutchen advancing on to third base. And the runner behind him, D'Arnaud, also advances.
Now that's not a stat that you normally see with Aroldis Chapman. 14 balls out of the strike zone, only 7 in. And for a guy that just throws as hard as anybody in Major League history, he's had uncanny control.
He's walked his third batter in the inning. All right, they are loaded now.
Dusty's going to go get him. Or he's debating anyway.
We're waiting until the batter is announced. This guy with a lot of pop in that bat, their backup catcher, Michael McHenry. And Dusty is going to come get Aroldis Chapman. I don't know, Chris, if ominous is the right word or not, but this certainly has not been a good sign. Now 3 outings in a row for Aroldis Chapman.
Now let's hope that all it takes is a few days off to kind of get his stride back, so to say. We don't know anything about whether anything's wrong with him physically. I'm sure if there was, Dusty Baker wouldn't run him out there. But let's got to get his groove back. Sam McCurr will be coming in. Need strikes from him.
Is loaded. 3-3 game, top half of the 10th inning. He did get 2 outs, but now he's out of the game. And it's Sam McCurr trying to get the final out and give the Reds a chance to win it.
Now that's the first time all year long that Aroldis Chapman has had to be rescued in the middle of an inning. And certainly you hate to see that here on the 10th of September as you're closing in on postseason. So there's some question marks surrounding the Reds closer, at least for right now. But a bigger question in this ball game is Sam LeCure coming in. He's had 5 days off, hasn't pitched since he pitched in the Phillies series. And he strikes out of Sam.
McHenry, no easy out. 12 home runs, 39 runs batted in, a .255 batter. 3-3 game. We're in the 10th. And there's strike one from LeCure.
He's a young man with short arms, very quick bat, loves the ball on the inner part of the plate, and likes the ball up.
McCutcheon, the runner down at third base. He is a go-ahead run, and the 1 is Steve Wright 2 on the inside corner. They are no out at second base and over at first. And taking his lead over there is Gaby Sanchez. Oh, man, that's a close pitch there by LeCure off the inside corner.
I mean, how do you take that pitch?
One and two on Michael McHenry. Bases loaded. 3-3 game in the 10th. On the ground to Frazier. Inning over. What a job by LeCure. Well, young man's not afraid, is he? Reds coming about last in the 10th with a chance to win it. Tenth inning. Night games tomorrow and again Wednesday. We'll have both games for you here on Fox Sports Ohio. But why not come down to the ballpark? Plenty of tickets available. Kevin Correa, Mike Leake tomorrow night. A.J. Burnett has been the Pirates' ace this season. And he'll square off with Homer Bailey. Homer coming off a nice outing over the weekend.
He's indeed got behind early, but hung around a long time in that ball game. Did Homer Bailey. Pitched a very good game here at Great American Ballpark, and it had been a while since he had done that. So nice to see Homer throwing the ball well. Here's another guy throwing the ball fairly well for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Chris Resop, right-hander, 55th game on the year for Resop. Keeps the ball in the ballpark. He's only given up 6 home runs in his 68 innings.
Ryan Hannigan will lead things off. He'll be followed by Brandon Phillips and then Chris Heisey here in the last of the 10th. Resop looking in. Getting the sign from the new catcher McHenry. And here's a pitch. Strike one. Other changes for the Pirates. D'Arnaud stays in the game to play short. And Gabi Sanchez the same over at first. Talked about McHenry behind the plate. San Diego left the bases loaded in the bottom of the first inning. Failed to score. Cardinals got 2 in the top of the second. And San Diego coming at him in the bottom of the inning with 2 on and nobody out. Milwaukee trying to find a way to get closer in the wild card. Brewers have come up with 3 runs. Still batting in the bottom of the 7th inning, hosting Atlanta. Oh, 2 on Hannigan. 2 of those games we brought up earlier over in the American League. They're in the 8th inning in Chicago. White Sox 4, Tigers 1. And in the bottom of the 3rd inning in Anaheim, Oakland won the Angels 0. Well, what a year it has been for Bob Melvin and the Oakland Athletics. Just astonishing. Breaking ball away. Up and in, now 3-2 on Hannigan, who fell behind 0-2 to begin the at-bat. Broken bat in the hole and under the glove of a sliding D'Arnaud. And that'll probably be an infield hit for Ryan Hannigan.
Well, the question now for Dusty Baker, do you pinch run for Ryan Hannigan and leave yourself only 1 catcher left?
It seems to me that's why you have 3 catchers, right?
I would think that would be the case, and it looks like that's what's going to happen. You're going to get not only a pinch runner, but the fastest of all the Reds, and Drew Stubbs to pinch run for him.
All right, so Hannigan with a base hit to start this last of the 10th inning. And now you get into the whole debate again about something we talked about on the Pirates side and the Red side prior to that with Todd Frazier. You know, do you ask Stubbs to try and steal a base very early in the count and hope you have some wiggle room on the back end for Phillips to then bunt him to third? Or do you bring in a pinch runner and then just straight sacrifice him to second base? Or don't do either one.
Well, Brandon can bunt. There's no question about that. He's got a couple of sacrifices this year. 5 last year, 6 the year before that. So when he's called upon to do it, he's one of the guys who can normally get it down.
Say the way they're cheating him up the middle. I mean, he barely has to push anything to the right side. It's an automatic hit.
Well, third baseman's playing from 3 steps behind the bag.
Yeah.
Well, they just don't buy into the fact that Dusty Baker's going to ask for Brandon to bunt at all.
Well, certainly it's an aspect where the Reds have traditionally been known as a very aggressive base running team. They have been anything but that this year outside of Drew Stubbs when he has gotten on base. And they virtually never steal. And they're going to ask Phillips to give himself up. And Phillips going to make him earn it. So give Brandon a sacrifice, and Stubbs is down to winning run and scoring position. Well done by Phillips. So here it comes Heisey. 1 out of 4 in the game is one hit, a home run. Back in the 4th inning off starter Wandy Rodriguez. Reese-up the pause, a glance back at Stubbs, and now the pitch. Right down the middle, a fastball to called strike.
Right down the middle, but marginally low, and he hit a ball not too far distant from that same spot, a long way out of here, over the 379 mark. Funny when a lot of pitching coaches and managers for that matter say, well, he's getting the ball up. Oftentimes what they really mean is from the hollow of the knees or right below the hollow of the knees to just above the knees. We're only talking about 3 or 4 inches there, not going from the knees to the belt. That pitch that Heisey hit was just above the knees that he hit for a home run.
One ball and 2 strikes on Heisey. Winning run is Stubbs out at second base. And a bluff throw back that way. Heisey trying to give the Reds their 85th win of the season. And a base hit right here and right now just might do it. Off the outside corner. That's easy gas right there from Reese at 96 miles per hour.
All just coming right out of his fingers. A big guy, 6'3", about 230. A Naples, Florida.
Breaking ball started to and laid off.
Well, if Heisey gets on, they have to pitch the bottom. That's the importance of this pitch right here.
Three-two on the way to Chris Heisey, and here it is. And he fouls it away. Payoff pitch once more, and here it comes. And he went around. That strike three, it looked like. Oh, my goodness, it looked like the Reds caught a break. Clint Hurdle cannot believe it. Oh, you be the judge.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a break. A big-time break. Well, you said it, Chris Welsh, if they walked Chris Heisey, they were going to be forced with runners at first and second and one out to pitch to Joey Votto. Now, what do you suppose Ray Searage is passing along from his manager, Clint Hurdle?
Probably words of encouragement. I mean, they all know that the scatter report on Joey Votto varies from time to time. They're out there laughing right now. He may have brought himself a nice little joke out there with him to kind of break the tension. Ray Searage, former major and minor league left-handed pitcher.
Those pitching coaches better have a good sense of humor. You got to break that out every now and again.
Well, you do, because if you go out there and you say, hey, this is how we go about getting this guy, the pitcher's going to look at you and say, are you crazy? This guy had an MVP year going before he went on the DL.
Well, here's Votto. Joey 1 out of 3 had a single to right in the 7th inning, was intentionally walked in the 8th. They're not going to intentionally walk him now. That winning run at second base. And here it is. Breaking ball in the dirt. Look at those numbers for Votto. Every year he's been in the big leagues, the numbers are just eye-popping in these situations. But can he deliver here on September the 10th? On his 29th birthday. Breaking ball down and in.
Well, I'm stunned that they've thrown him 2 back-to-back breaking balls right here, because Rysop has thrown the ball very hard tonight. Two
2-0 on Votto. 3 straight breaking balls. Ryan Ludwig, one more out of the zone away from coming up there with a winning run at third and 1 out. That's unbelievable. You know, Chris, you and I talk about it all the time, and good for the Reds here, obviously. And I got the bases loaded and a chance to win this thing. I mean, there's respect, and there's just wilted.
I mean, they may have been told, listen, we've decided that Joey Votto's not going to be the guy to beat us, even in that situation. And that's a Barry Bonds-like at bat right there. You pitch around him to load the bases. Winning run now 90 feet away.
Only one out. We'll see if Ludwig can go ahead and put this baby to bed here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Ball one.
Boy, now Rysop thinks he's being squeezed.
And there's a strike. And I'm not sure Ludwig was buying into that one.
Well, you know you're doing a good job as an umpire when nobody's happy.
Good point there. Ludwig thinking that pitch was low. Phil Cuzzy says strike. Winning run is Stubbs. They're loaded. With one out here in the bottom of the 10th inning, we're tied at 3. And Ryan Ludwig waits. And it's fouled off out of play. So now the pitcher gets in front of him at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ludwig needs to bear down right here and right now.
And all you need is a ball into the outfield right here. And I'm actually stunned with Drew Stubbs at third base that the Pirates outfield are actually playing as deep as they are. I mean, you've got to position yourself defensively so that if you get a fly ball, you're going to be able to throw a guy out at the plate. And you've got the speedster of all speedsters on this Reds ball club at third base. He ought to be playing. These guys in left field ought to be playing right behind the shortstop. I don't get it.
1-2 on Ryan Ludwig. And another fastball at 94, fouled off out of play. Middle infield, a double play depth with the bases loaded and 1 out. Outfield about halfway in. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Ryan Ludwig. Started 2, they appeal, and he did not go. 2-2. Two pitch to Ludwig. Breaking ball sweeps away in a low full count. Well, they've gone about as far as they can go.
The only person not standing in this ballpark is Clint Hurdle.
Jam shot, they come to the plate. And they get the out there, and they're 2 away in the inning. Ludwig fails to get the winning run in. Boy, that pitch just ate him for lunch.
It's a fastball that Rehab has been throwing in the mid-90s, and it gets right in on his knuckles. Good play by Gabby Sanchez. It's a good defensive player. He throws it right on the money, and they make sure they get that lead out. That's the winning run. Forward at the plate.
So now the Reds need a 2-out hit from Jay Bruce. Jay today is 0 for 3. He has also walked. He has scored a run.
Jay Bruce made a game-saving catch in the top of the inning on a line drive in the right field gap. Maybe he can be the hero on the offensive end.
One ball and one strike on Jay Bruce. Jay, the team leader, 96 runs batted in. Why not get to an even 100 right here and right now? That St. Xavier math would tell you a grand slam.
I like it.
Off the outside corner, 2 balls and a strike on Bruce. Winning run now, Heisey down at third with 2 away, and here comes a pitch. Oh, through the gas right by him, and it's 2-2. It's a big swing there by Jay. And now he'll come some 20-25 feet beyond the batter's box. Well, he was trying to hit the grand slam with that swing.
That's just a good old-fashioned 4-seam fastball.
Well, they weren't going to let Votto beat him. And he didn't. Nor did Ludwig, nor did Bruce. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. All righty, Sam LeCure came on to get the final out The Pirates, like the Reds in their half of the 10th inning, left the bases loaded. LeCure got the ground out off the bat of Michael McHenry. So Devin Mesoraco becomes the third Reds catcher in the game tonight, and he's the last one they have on that bench. Three runs, 7 hits, no errors, 11 men left on base for the Pirates. 3 runs. The Reds have a grand total of 5 base hits, and 3 of them came in the 7th inning. 5 hits all night. And one of them a broken bat infield hit a moment ago by Hannigan.
Well, the amazing thing is they got 5 hits, 3 runs, and they've left 8 on base.
Marte bats for the 2nd time. He led off the 9th inning in a 3-3 game with a double. Beg your pardon, that came with 1 man out. So Starling Marte against LeCure here in the top of the 11th. Swing and a miss by Marte. The count even at 2-2. Aroldis Chapman walked the bases loaded in the 10th inning, and Dusty Baker had to come get him. Summoned LeCure, who got the ground ball to end the inning. When the inning began, Chapman was only throwing around 92, 93 miles per hour. But by the end of the inning was throwing 97, but clearly had a hard time throwing strikes. And there's strike 3 on Marte.
Or Sam LeCure can just pick away at that outside corner with a little comeback fastball that hitters just give up on it time after time, and it just comes back and hits the outside corner.
Pirates jumped out to a 3-0 lead in the game tonight. They got all 3 of their runs in the 4th inning against starter Matt Latos. Home run by McCutchen, a bloop single, an RBI by Barajas, and a ground out by the pitcher Wandy Rodriguez. Reds got a run back in the 4th inning on a home run by Heisey, and they've got a 2-out game tying 2-run double by Deanna Navarro against Jared Hughes. Although the runs were charged to Rodriguez, found out a play by Holt. Pirates have left at least 1 runner on in every inning going back to the 6th, including the bases loaded in the 10th. The Reds have left a runner on every inning starting in the 7th, including 2 in the 8th, and left them loaded in the 10th. Teams will be back at it again tomorrow night. Round 2 of this series. One and 2 on Holt. Holt has gone the distance tonight, 0 for 5. San Diego, meanwhile, having a time of it against the Cardinals, already up 4-2. The Padres are batting in the bottom of the 3rd inning. They've scored 4 in their last 2 at bats. I believe that was Kyle Loesch who was getting the start in that game tonight. What a year he's had.
That was Jaime Garcia.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Boy, they juggled that rotation around then from where it was announced going into that series. Well, Garcia getting kicked around tonight.
Yeah, gave up a 3-run home run to Cameron Maybin. There it is again.
Called again. Yep, same pitch on the inside corner to a left-handed batter this time. After going to that same corner on a right-handed batter a moment ago.
That's a tough pitch to hit for a left-hander, because the first thing you think about when it leaves his hand is that ball's got a chance to hit me. So hitting the ball is way down the line behind that.
So now Princeton High grad Josh Harrison will come on to bat. And he is hitting for the pitcher, Reesop, who really got the job done. He allowed a hit, a sacrifice, walked 2 batters to load him up. But he got Ludwig on a forced play at the plate on a ground ball to first, struck out Bruce to end the inning. Josh Harrison loves coming back home. 4 for 11 in 5 games in front of his family and friends this season. Check swing on a breaking ball away. Hey, remember the 2 games during the Pirates' last series here in August, Harrison went 4 out of 8, including a home run off Mike Leake. Not only a Princeton Viking, but also a University of Cincinnati Bearcat is Josh Harrison. 1-2. How about Sam LeCure? He fans aside in the top of the 11th inning.
And the Reds will take the field, or the Pirates will take the field. It'll be Joel Hanrahan on the mound, and Reds are 8.5 games up, 11 up on the Pirates. A very comfortable lead there, but San Diego and St. Louis. Padres ahead of the St. Louis Cardinals right now on a 3-run home run by Cameron Maybin. So, you know, the Pirates are watching that score right now as those two ball clubs are battling for that wild card lead. St. Louis right now in lead in that particular category. And Hanrahan, their closer, and a good one. 56 games now for Joel Hanrahan. Good earned run average and a very low opponent batting average against.
All righty, so here we go. Frazier to start things in this 3-3 game. Frazier 1 out of 4. Had an infield hit in front of the Navarro game-tying 2-run double back in the 7th inning. Two and one to Todd Frazier, be followed by D.D. Gregorius, and in the pitcher spot LeCure. And now 3 balls and a strike. Jared Hughes not charged with the runs, but he allowed the game-tying hit tonight on the 2-run double by Navarro back in the 7th inning. Since then, Watson and Reesop been mighty good. And now Hanrahan, who walks Frazier to begin the 11th. That is the 3rd straight inning in a tie game. The Reds have put the leadoff man aboard. Well, you got to believe Gregorius will be up there to bunt.
Well, if you bunted Brandon Phillips, you're certainly going to bunt D.D. Gregorius.
And he will get the job done.
Boy, you like to see it happen on the first pitch, don't you? At least the first strike.
Sure.
Take the drama out of it. He drops the bat head kind of a little bit below parallel to the ground, but he gets the job done. Hits the top of the baseball. Hanrahan's got no other way to go. D.D. getting some knuckles and high fives in the dugout.
But now Henry Rodriguez, guy the Reds were so excited about watching down in spring training, and what an unbelievable start he was off to during this regular season. For a month and a half was hitting nearly 400 down in the minor leagues. There was some talk with Roland injured they were going to bring Rodriguez up, but then he got hit by a pitch and he broke a bone in his thumb. Hardy on that fastball, and it's 0-2 on Rodriguez. Well, he's getting some serious gas right here and right now from Mr. Hanrahan. One of those guys Chris Red's got to figure out, you know, where they want him to play. He's played second base. He's played third base a year ago. One of only 2 players in all of minor league baseball to hit over, what, 330 and hit over 20 home runs in a minor league season. This guy can really swing the bat, but where are you going to play him or give him a chance to play?
Well, if he swings the bat enough, he'll find somewhere to play. You know, to me at the plate, he looks like a combination of Yonder Alonso and John Jay. He kind of sets up by the way he holds his bat a lot like Alonso, but watch his front leg. It's kind of a high leg kick. Making sure that he gets it down in time is, of course, the big thing.
Chance to be a hero right here and right now for Henry Rodriguez. A winning run is Todd Frazier standing out there at second base with one out. We're in the bottom of the 11th inning. 2-2 pitch. Run all the way to the backstop. And now the winning run is 90 feet away with one out for a second straight inning. Infield in, outfield in. 3-3 game, one out. Runner at third, 3-2 pitch. Ball four.
Good at bat there by Henry Rodriguez. Or you got one team over there in that Pirate dugout. They're just battling and battling. They need this game. It's a desperate Pirate team. Having lost 3 in a row against the Cubs over the weekend, being outscored 20-7 in that series at home in Pittsburgh. You come in here, you play the Reds. Now, they played well against the Reds here in Cincinnati. The Pirates have taken 7 of the last 10 they've played here at Great American Ballpark. So this game, really, in the big scheme of things, means a lot more to the Pirates than it does to the Reds. But Reds right on the verge of putting it away if they can figure out a way to get Todd Frazier in from third. Ray Searage has been wearing a path out tonight.
Well, make no mistake about it. If they tell you otherwise, they're flat out lying. The team they are chasing for that second wild card spot is a team directly ahead of them in the National League Central, the Cardinals. They're 2.5 behind them. Granted, it's only the 4th inning out in San Diego, but clear as a day is long. That score out there tells you the Padres are in front of St. Louis. Now, these ball games are getting down to the precious few. With 3 weeks to go in this 2012 baseball season. Well, now the Pennsylvania kid, it'll be Devin Mesoraco. Grew up in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. And now a chance to win it for the Reds. Fastball, he looks at ball one. Mesoraco spending almost the entire year with a major league club until the last month. First round pick back in 2007. Winning run at third. They're on the corners. And a swing and a foul ball out of play.
Dusty trying to get a little karma going. He's moved way down there to the first base side of the dugout. Alongside Johnny Cueto to perhaps watch this winning run come across.
Count on Mesoraco. And Hanrahan to the plate. And it's fouled back out of play. And now Mesoraco's got to really battle, much like Rodriguez just did a moment ago. One ball, 2 strikes. Oh. 2 around the inning. For the Reds' failure, and they have been among the worst in Major League Baseball this year. Of scoring with a runner at third and less than 2 men out. There have only been 4 teams in the National League that have been worse. The Phillies, the Padres, the Mets, and then the Reds. And not by coincidence, perhaps, the 3 teams that are worse in front of them are not even in the playoff conversation. And here it's happened in just the last 2 innings. So now up to Brandon Phillips. Hardy on the heater, ball out of play, strike 1. Line in the right. And it's caught out there by Tabata to end the inning. So the Reds, for a second straight inning, fail with a runner at third. And Dusty will walk back to the other end of the dugout. Karma not on their side here in the 11th. Five hits still for the Reds. We've played 11 innings. Pirates have left 11 men on base, and the Reds have now left 10 on base. And taking over on the mound, Reds bullpen has been just sensational again tonight. And now it's J.J. Hoover on the mound.
Well, traded early in the year, and it seems like a long time ago, April the 1st, as a matter of fact. Traded from the Atlanta Braves in exchange for Juan Francisco. J.J. Hoover started the season down in AAA. He was shortly called up after that and been up and down a few times. And boy, he has really shown that he might have the moxie necessary to be a late inning guy in the major leagues. We have rarely seen him rattled, and he's a good guy to call on here. Of all the young pitchers down in that bullpen, it just goes to show you where he is on the pecking order, because here he is pitching a tie ball game in the 12th inning.
Off the end of the bat, fly ball to the short right field. Bruce is there, and that's all for McCutchen. High fly ball. This should be a play for Heisey to get to, and it is, and quickly 2 are gone. They give it up to Sam LeCure tonight. How good was he? Came in with the bases loaded in the 10th inning in relief of Chapman. Got McHenry on a ground ball to end the inning, and then fanned the side in the 11th. Been nice to see him get a win in this one the way he threw. Big shift put on defensively for Alvarez. 0 for 4 is walked, scored a run, struck out 3 times tonight. And now 1-2. San Diego adds to its lead against St. Louis in the bottom of the 4th inning. Padres 6 and the Cardinals 2. Oakland in front of the Angels 3-1 in the 7th. White Sox finish off Detroit 6-1. That is a huge win for the White Sox. They now to go to 3 games ahead of the Tigers in the Central. And Alvarez has fanned for the 4th time tonight. Hoover retires his side in order. Reds have Heisey, Votto, Ludwig coming up in a 3-3 game. Men left on base for the Pirates. Reds have 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors, and 10 left. We're in the bottom of the 12th inning at Great American Ballpark. We appreciate you staying up with us. It's like doing a game out on the West Coast tonight, Chris Welsh.
Well, maybe a lot of people were watching the Bengals game earlier on and now have tuned over to watch the Reds. Maybe they can pull one out here in extra innings game that started as Bark in the Park night. That was about 500 dogs ago.
I think a few of our four-legged friends are still hanging around tonight on Bark in the Park night round 2. Not many of them, but a few.
I mean, what inning are we in dog innings?
It's a good question.
Chris LaRue, the new Pirate pitcher. He's a 6th pitcher that Clint Hurl's run out there. Dusty Baker's used 7.
1-1 on Heisey. Joey Votto to follow, and then it's Ryan Ludwig, Jay Bruce. Should we get any further than that? Reds have had the leadoff man aboard in each of the last 3 innings.
And 4 out of 5.
Heisey walked his last time up. And then with runners at first and second, we thought they have to pitch to Votto. They threw him 3 straight breaking balls and a fastball nowhere near the plate to load the bases. And give Mr. Aesop all the credit back in that 10th inning. He got Ludwig on a 3-2 pitch. A jam shot, 1 hopper to first. Sanchez threw to the plate, got the out there. And then he struck out Jay Bruce with the bases loaded, ending the inning. Reds had the winning run at third in the 11th inning with 1 out. But Hanrahan struck out Mesoraco and then got Brandon on a line drive to right, ending that threat. Weak pop. This has a chance to fall. And no. As Marte closes quickly for out number 1. Well, it is unbelievable to think the Reds in this game have a hit in the 4th inning. They had 3 hits in the 7th inning. One of them was a broken bat infield hit. And they have had 1 hit since the 7th inning. And that was a broken bat infield hit by Ryan Hannigan. And yet they're tied at 3 in the 12th. Strike 1 to Joey Votto. One and 2 to count on Joey Votto with 1 out, nobody on. Reds batting in the bottom of the 12th inning. High fly ball into left center field. Easy out, 2 away. So now Ryan Ludwig, who had a chance to win this thing 2 innings ago with the bases loaded and 1 out, hit a ground ball right at the first baseman, who easily made the play on 1 hop and through. Bruce Stubbs, the runner of the timeout at home. One and one on Ryan Ludwig. Ludwig 0 for 4 has also drawn a walk. And a weak pop up in the foul ground. This will end the inning. Reds have 1 since the 7th. And yet we're off to the 13th in a 3-3 game. First and 3 between the Reds and the Pirates. And J.J. Hoover set to begin his 2nd inning of work out of the Reds bullpen at a 1-2-3-12. Jose Taveras had a good night. Been on base 3 times, couple of hits, including a double, a single, a walk, and a run scored. And he hit that line drive to right field that was caught by Jay Bruce back in the 10th inning. Really getting an idea of why the Pirates are still high on top of it. Granted, it has not been the kind of year they thought it would be for this young man, spending most of the season down in the minor leagues. He just turned 24 years old less than a month ago, and there's out number 1 as the 13th inning is underway. Now Gaby Sanchez. He was a final batter Aroldis Chapman faced back in the 10th inning. Sure Dusty Baker will be asked after the game questions about Aroldis Chapman. He walked the bases loaded today, and Dusty had to come get him with 2 outs and the bases loaded in the 10th.
First time all year he's had to be relieved in the middle of the inning.
A nice looking breaking ball right there by young Mr. Hoover. Now, is that howling maybe some of the fans are doing in honor of Bark in the Park night tonight? I'm not quite sure what that noise is. High fly ball into left field. And there are 2 out in the inning. Let's hear they started up again here. I mean, you just got a second out. Now, do you believe that that's what it might be? Maybe there was a dog out there that we couldn't hear, Chris, maybe way out down the right field line, and maybe it started to howl or bark. And
could be, but I kind of like it, actually. It wasn't that dog.
Maybe those two started this whole thing. Well, with 2 strikes, they really got to crank it up now. I don't know what it is, but I think it's pretty cool. Don't you?
Yeah, I do. I like it.
Man, they might be onto something here. Could you imagine, we get a sellout crowd in this place? If everybody were to start that while the opponents were up batting. Nobody else in baseball is doing that.
I can see the marketing line now. Come on out to Great American Ballpark for a howling good time. There he is.
He may have been the one
That's the one that started it.
Well, a 9-pitch at bat right there by McHenry, capped off with a walk. So that'll allow Marte to bat. Pirates have their first base runner since the 10th inning. McCurran retired the side in order in the 11th, Hoover in the 12th, and now a 2-out walk here in the 13th. Oh, and one on Marte, and now 0-2. Might be onto something here, Chris.
It might grab some traction.
Well, it's not that guy.
Maybe more than that. I didn't know they brought their own cheerleaders with them tonight.
I don't know who started it, but I got to tell you, it might be that guy. They're on to something. Late night from Great American Ballpark. And here we are knocking on the door at midnight. They're certainly having a good time. Reds and the Pirates in a 3-3 game. Reds bat in the last of the 13th inning. Jay Bruce, a swing and a miss. Still LaRue out there on the mound for the Pirates. He retired the side in order in the 12th. First inning, the Reds have not had a base runner going all the way back to the 7th. Quiet night for Jay Bruce. 0 for 4. Of course, it's been a quiet night for a lot of guys. We're in the 13th inning, and the Reds have 5 hits. 3 of them came in a 5-batter span in the 7th inning. But that's how good their pitching has been again tonight, starting with Latos. 6 innings, allowed 3 runs with a bullpen. Just doing what they have done this entire year, virtually every night. Lowest ERA among all bullpens in Major League Baseball. Arredondo, Marshall, Broxton, Chapman, McCure, and Hoover. And Bruce gone swinging to begin the 13th.
The Pirates are no stranger to long games, at least this year. Remember, they played a very, very long game, 19 innings, back on August the 19th. In a lot of ways, it was such an odd game looking back, because the Cardinals, by losing that game to the Pirates, had lost 2 out of 3 in the weekend series. But after that game, the Pirates have not been the same club ever since. So right about that.
They went out to San Diego. They got swept 3 straight games. They lost to Milwaukee, 2 out of 3. They did come back to beat the Cardinals once more, 2 of 3. But ever since then, they have only won 2 games. 2 wins against Houston. Kicked around by the Diamondbacks, swept by them, and swept by the Cubs over the weekend.
I think we discussed it before, Tom, but I think right after that 19-inning game where the Cardinals and the Pirates played all night long, the Pirates then went to San Diego with no off day.
That's right.
And played. And St. Louis
had an off day.
Stayed home and had an off day.
That's right.
I guess the double factor of playing a lot of tight ball games under pressure with a team that has never been there at this time of the year before, plus that particular transition game of 19 innings where you're playing essentially 2 games and then flying to the West Coast, 3 hours difference in time zone, and playing that night, just tore that ball club up.
And then what happened was, Chris, you know, the San Diego, what they do to people now, and it doesn't matter, you know, if you're an East Coast team or a West Coast team, they played Monday night, they played Tuesday night, and then Wednesday in San Diego on getaway day. Most of the time, most West Coast teams will play a game at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. The Padres play the getaway day at 3:30 in the afternoon Pacific, 6:30 at night Eastern. So basically what happened was they played that game, was a very long game, and had what in essence was a red-eye flight back to Pittsburgh after the game. And they were just completely wiped out. Well, standing in the on-deck circle is Scott Rowland, and Jeff Piccolo, you were tipped off that Rowland would be available tonight.
That's right, Tom. Earlier last inning, Dusty would look down his bench. He has no other players to put in, position players. So he had Homer Bailey and Bronson Arroyo both put their cleats on. Both of them went and got their spikes. They went into the pen and started, or in the cages down here, and started warming up. Scott Rowland walked up to Dusty and said, I can hit. Today was the first day he took batting practice before the game with the team. He went up to Dusty, told him, if you need me, I'm ready. He said, go warm up. Scott went into the cages down here. He started swinging, and now he's on the on-deck circle.
Jeff Piccolo down alongside the Reds dugout. Thank you very much, Jeffrey. 2-1 on Gregorius. And a breaking ball is outside. 3-1. 2 outs. Reds batting last of the 13th inning. And a 3-3 game. We've been tied since the 7th. Bouncing ball that'll dribble through into right field. A base hit by Gregorius. So Rowland will bat with 2 outs here in the last of the 13th inning.
Well, those are impressive numbers for Scott Rowland. But 8 for 19, but you would think in his long major league career he would have had more than 19 pinch hitting opportunities.
Joe Kay from the Associated Press, an outstanding writer, wrote a short while ago, this game has gone so long that Scott Rowland's back is completely healed up. Heck, Dennis Jansen is sitting down there alongside Larry Herms. And DJ has already wrapped up the 11 o'clock news a half an hour ago. Well, I don't know who the one guy is. I think he's somewhere underneath us. But when they start that cat calling, I mean, that is some good stuff. They're going to have a chance to do it even later into the night as Gregorius is thrown out. And we are on our way to the 14th inning. Still tied at 3. American Ballpark. Alfredo Simon takes over on the mound, his 32nd game. He's just had an excellent year like everybody else down there in that bullpen. I want to say hello to our buddy Jason Jackson, who handles all the Miami Heat pre-game and post-game shows on television down in Miami, a Princeton High alum. I mentioned the name Denny Jansen a moment ago. He used to intern for DJ, and Jason has gone on to bigger and better things. But Chris, he is as hardcore a Reds fan as anybody around. He came to see us here last summer, bringing his family along with him, brought his kids with us. And he is still up watching in Miami tonight.
Well, I imagine he'll be out to watch the Reds later on this week, right? Is he down in Miami now?
Yes, he is.
Watch the Reds when they come and take a look at that new ballpark down there. I wonder if the howl will follow the Reds.
I got to tell you, I really hope that this thing catches on when we get used to having, we get back to having the big crowds again. This time of year, school back in session, especially a night like tonight. Bengals also playing their season opener. Very small crowd tonight. But I think it'd be kind of cool to have that catch on a little bit. You kind of like it?
I do like it.
I do too. I'm with you. 2-1 to block.
I've never heard another ballpark anywhere.
No. The only thing that would come close, there's some strange stuff you hear every now and again on Friday nights in San Francisco. Can get a little loose in that ballpark.
They have free agent Fridays in that ballpark?
I don't know what they have. I think every night's free agent Friday. Left center field, and that side of the reach of Heisey. Well, I thought when that ball left the bat the way it was curving towards left center that Ludwig was going to be able to get there, but he was shading near the line. So he had no chance to get it. First base hit for the Pirates since a double by Marte all the way back in the 9th inning.
That's Brock Holt. He has had a 0 for 6 night. In fact, he had made 7 outs, 0 for 6, and grounded into a double play. But he before he's able to split the seam right there. Good effort by Chris Heisey. How about that? This game started about 5 hours ago, and he's still out there diving after balls on the warning track.
Eric Fryer now coming up to pinch hit for the pitcher. LaRue went 2 innings, allowed 1 hit with a strikeout and no runs. So now Fryer only 4 at bats since being brought up from the minor leagues. Fryer only a .204 batter with 10 RBIs in 65 games at AAA. Breaking ball away, and it's 2-1 on Fryer. Fryer just trying to give himself up by trying to put down a bunt, and Simon can't find a strike zone. 3-1. So final batter off the bench available for Clint Hurdle as far as position players are concerned. 3-1 delivery. They're going to let him swing away, and he breaks his back. Sounded like it. Apparently not.
Boy, it's these kind of games that each manager goes back and they think about all the missed opportunities, all the times, and maybe I should have let the runner run. Runners on base may have thought, huh, what could I have done differently in this ball game? Neither team has scored since the 7th.
I am just stunned. I don't know about you, Chris, but I mean, you send up Fryer and you clearly are asking him to advance a runner with a bunt, and then you get to 3-1 count and you let him swing away. This is a guy that hit .204 in the minor leagues. And I don't mean anything against Eric Fryer. He might hit a 2-run home run on the next pitch. But we have seen some very odd decisions made tonight. Here's ball 4. He draws a walk.
I agree with you, though. We've seen some odd things.
I mean, you know, oftentimes you hear, and you and I were talking about this in a commercial break, a lot of times you'll hear some of the quote-unquote old-timers talk about, well, they don't play the game like they used to, and, you know, back in the old days, we'd have had the guy bunt. Yet it's some of the old-timers that are quote-unquote managing these teams in this day and age. And you got 2 guys that have been around for a while here tonight, in Dusty Baker and Clint Hurdle, and they have been extremely reluctant to use the bunt tonight. Of course, if you hit like these 2 teams have hit, maybe you understand why. Swinging a foul ball out of play. I mean, the Reds have 6 hits, and 3 of their hits in the game have been broken bat hits. And Clint Hurdle has certainly watched his team from an offensive standpoint outside of this guy right here. Really struggling. 0-1 on McCutchen. And a little dribble in the third base line. It's going to be an infield hit. And they're loaded with nobody out. Tough luck there for Alfredo Simon. Made a good pitch. They are loaded. for d'Arnaud.
You couldn't lay it down there any better on a perfect bunt. So what Andrew McCutchen, who's a real speedster, does down the line.
So now the Reds bring their infield in. Pirates have the bases loaded with nobody out in a 3-3 game. And a pitch on the way is in the air. Will this be deep enough? Heisey to catch. Runner tag, stops. They cut off. Oh, on a throw to second, they may have had the double play. It would have been a gamble, but it looked like Frazier had a shot. One out in the inning.
Well, it would have been a very close play at second base, but you also have to ask yourself, is it a sure thing, or does just a poor throw end up losing the ball game for you?
All right, one out in the inning, and here's Alvarez, who has struck out 4 times in a game tonight. Middle infield now backs up in hope of a ground ball double play off the bat of Alvarez. And there's a ground ball. Votto on one knee throws, and they get the out at home.
Boy, nice play by Votto. He goes over, and he's just going to flip that ball to the plate right on the money to Devin Mesoraco.
All right, now they're loaded with 2 out, and there's Tabata. 1 more out to go for Alfredo Simon. Fastball right down the can, a strike. Pirates have him loaded with nobody out. Got a pop up by d'Arnaud. A ground ball from Alvarez. And they're loaded with 2 away in a 3-3 game. Steve right 2. Well, now the big fella trying to get the final out here in the top of the 14th inning. Ground ball. Alfredo. had a couple of them in the 10th inning. Bases loaded, 1 out. Ludwig a 1-hopper. They got a force out of the plate. Bruce then struck out to end the inning. Then the 11th inning, runner at third, 1 out. Mesoraco struck out, and Phillips hit the ball right on the nose. A line drive caught. Sliding grab by Tabata. But the Pirates had him loaded with nobody out. And Alfredo Simon. Oh, what a job he did there, Chris Welsh.
Well, you're not kidding about that. It did not look very bright for Alfredo when he loaded the bases on that little double, then a walk, little ground ball infield hit by Andrew McCutcheon, but he was able to get out of the jam. Nice play by Joey Votto, helped him out. And we have seen some really great pitching under pressure. Winning run 90 feet away a couple of times for the Reds. Same thing for the Pirates. New pitcher for the Pirates, Rick Vandenherk. He was just selected from Indianapolis today. Had a good year down in AAA for Indy. He was 5th in the International League in pitchers earned run average, tied for 2nd in wins. He was named Indy's MVP after going 13-5.
Breaking ball away from Mesoraco. Reds have left 11. Pirates have stranded 15. So Rick Vandenherk. That ball's clobbered down the left field line. Is it high enough? And it's up against the wall. Mesoraco got to dig hard, and he'll slam on the brakes. Boy, you can't play it better than Marte did.
Boy, he's got an arm, too. He gunned that ball back into second base. Billy Hatcher yelling loud and repeatedly at Devin Mesoraco, stay here. Don't go to second. Dusty Baker do here with Brandon Phillips? The same thing you did last time? Back in the 10th inning?
I got to tell you, Chris, you know, for me, you know I'm the biggest fan of the bunt. There's no way I'm bunting. I mean, Phillips is, the way this team is swinging the bats, not only tonight, the way the team entirely up and down the lineup's been swinging the bats lately, I can't give up outs. Would you be bunting?
I'm bunting right here because with the way this team is swinging the bat, I have a better feeling they're going to get 1 hit in an inning before they get 3 hits in an inning, which is what it's going to take to score this young man from first base. I mean, 2 hits in an inning from here on out.
Well, I mean, you know,
playing for 2 more hits, or for Brandon Phillips to go yard,
or if he walks here, well, you could use 1 more hit to get the win.
Yeah. That's what we debate baseball about.
Yeah.
See what happens. Looks like Dusty Baker's on your side this time.
1-1 on Brandon Phillips. And a dribbler out in front of the plate. And that looked like he beat it because he did. Boy, digging hard there, Mesoraco.
Michael McHenry from behind the plate. It looks like he had to take 1 extra moment to get to that baseball. And he came up thinking, I'm going to be a hero right here and get that catcher running. He does not realize that Devin Mesoraco got down there pretty quick.
All right, now, Chris Welsh, we go back to the question you asked a moment ago, and I think you and I will both be in full agreement. Chris Heisey is definitely bunting here.
Oh, there's no doubt. Yeah. You know, you've got to get that run to third base with less than 2 outs, because then the defense plays entirely differently. They've got to bring the outfield way in. They've got to set your defense, either bring the infield in to play at the plate or get a double play ball.
All right, we'll see if Heisey can get the job done. He's looking to try and get that ball to the third base side. Alvarez has already made it clear he's staying home. They want the pitcher to come get it and try to get the out at third. Ball one away.
Well, the key right here, if you're the Pirates, is throw a strike. Don't prolong this at bat and then give Dusty Baker the chance to change his strategy while you have your defense set. Heisey's a good butter.
Reds hoping to celebrate a win. They have first and second, nobody out. Heisey pulls the bat away and takes a strike. So Dusty takes off the bunt after Heisey does not even offer at a pitch. Lets him swing away, and now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. So quite obviously, Dusty Baker is going to let Chris Heisey swing away. And will that be good enough to get the run in from second for a win? Breaking ball stays up and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes. That ball is clobbered into left field, but it'll be caught by Marte. And there's 1 out in the inning. Well, if we learned nothing else in this game, we learned back in that 10th inning. When with 1 out and runners at first and second base, I mean, the Pirates basically said we're going to walk Joey Votto. They didn't intentionally walk him, but they had a pitcher at the time, Resop, on the mound, throwing 3 straight breaking balls, all in the dirt, and a fastball way off the inside part to load the bases. And it wound up working out fine for them. They got Ludwig on a ground ball to first. Got the force out at home, and then a strikeout of Bruce to end the inning. Ball 1 to Joey Votto. And you wonder, are they going to give him again anything to hit?
Well, what Joey Votto does about as well or better than any other major leaguer is not make him give himself outs on pitchers' pitches, especially early in the count. You rarely see him go after a pitch that he can't handle. So when he got 3 breaking balls down the dirt from Chris Resop, I mean, those were teaser pitches, but some other guys may have been so anxious they would have gone after him, but not Votto.
I am still somewhat stunned, Chris. I don't know if you are or not, that Heisey was not bunting there.
I am too.
I mean, you and I just went through the debate. You felt one way, I felt another with the leadoff man aboard and Brandon Phillips at the plate, but I thought it was a slam dunk that with runners at first and second and nobody out, that Heisey would be bunting. Hit the ball hard, but it's an out.
Well,
and
I think
now 1-1.
What we have seen over the years, Tom, is, and Dusty said this in public, so it's no trade secret, that what he doesn't like to see is a batter, once he gets a strike on him, bunt again, foul it off, and then find himself in a 2-strike hole.
Right.
So I think he was trying to protect Heisey after Heisey pulled his bat back on that fake bunt. It turned out to be a called strike.
1-1 the count on Joey Votto. I mean, we all know. I mean, it goes without even saying. But, you know, if they would have put down the bunt, obviously, Votto would be intentionally walked. But you'll take your chances with a runner at third and one out any day of the week.
Oh, sure.
Well, at least most of the time. Had been that way tonight. Reds had it in the 10th inning and again in the 11th inning and couldn't get the job done. 2-1 to Votto. Well, he had a pitch to hit right there. Winning run is Devin Mesoraco out there at second base. We are in the bottom of the 14th inning at Great American Ballpark. One out.
Well, look at Votto choking up. Still got beat with the fastball. Vandenberg threw that fastball by him last time, fouled it straight back. This time he throws it right by him and puts him away.
Trying to bring Ryan Ludwig to the plate. He was a guy that had the bases loaded. One out in the 10th inning. Bounced into a fielder's choice with the potential winning run being thrown out on the plate by first baseman Gabi Sanchez. So 2-1, 2 are out. Reds are batting here in the bottom of the 14th inning. Ball one away. Backstop, and both runners will advance. Winning run out 90 feet away. It's 2-0 on Ryan Ludwig with 2 outs here in the last of the 14th inning. Vandenberg to pause, and now the pitch. And diving play made by the shortstop. Can't find the handle. And the Reds have won it 4-3 in the bottom of the 14th inning. That'll be a base hit for Ryan Ludwig. And the Reds go home winners. 4.5 hours. Check that, nearly 5.5 hours to play here tonight. But they go home winners. Final count of 4-3 in 14.
Give him enough chances and he'll come through. Ryan Ludwig hits the ball hard right there on one hop. Diving stop by the shortstop, Darren Ault, but he's not able to get a hold of that baseball. And Ryan Ludwig with an infield hit that wins this ball game, and that will earn him the distinction of being our John Morrell hot dog player of the game.
After Alfredo Simon did just a Houdini act, if there ever was one, in the top of the inning, getting out of a bases loaded, nobody out jam. And the Reds finally come up with that hit they were looking for, and it's off the bat of Ryan Ludwig, his 10th career game-ending base hit. Well, the boys have been